Good morning, everybody. Actually, I might as well just go to the EU5 screen. Hold on. Okay, there's no EU5 here. Hold on. Wait. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday so far. And also, wow, okay, Twitch also has mod anniversaries. That's crazy. 54 months. Congratulations, Hannibal. 54 months. That's almost 5 whole years at this point. What is that in 6 more months? When is that? Is that in November, I guess? It's either going to be November or like early December. That's crazy. 5 whole years. We got another 20 to go, so hopefully you're still down for it. Good morning, Kenshi and Luke, and you. I'm gonna call you U71 because I think that's the easiest way to do that. And Robert Murphy, hello, good morning, everybody. You woke me up. It's not my fault. I wasn't the one who put my stream on the just waiting stream, or the you know, waiting in the lobby until it started. Wait a second. I scheduled this stream like half an hour ago. There's no way you could have had it open. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, good morning as well to Jigvit. Good morning everybody. We're continuing on our campaign from, I think we last played it 2 weeks ago. Back from when this DLC started, back when it was released rather. I feel like I have to maybe turn down my music a little bit. Possibly, just on my end, personally. I'll sleep real fast. Let me just make sure I have everything. Did I click the button for the thing? Thing? I did do that. Okay, nice. Okay, perfect. I think we're good to go at this point. We'll open on the notifications. Mom, happy birthday and all, but you'll have to eat lunch alone. Corbin is streaming. Let's go! Family is temporary, but watching your favorite streamers, that's an eternal activity. Think about it. Your favorite streamers conceptually are going to exist in 30 years once all of our content is cloned by AI and then reproduced over and over in like a torture chamber where the personality of your favorite streamer is uploaded and forced to sing and dance on stage for the rest of their digital existence. Kind of like a horror movie, if you think about it. But yeah, your favorite streamers will continue existing forever. And ever. And ever. Family is temporary, but the Latin Empire is never true. The Latin Empire was like, how long did that last? Like a few years at best? It wasn't never, it was, it's really brief. It'll be never for this campaign. Yeah, this campaign's cooked, for sure. Absolutely. Anyway, speaking of this run and how it's actually not that cooked, and I'm exaggerating, we are trying to form the Latin Empire, and we're pretty close to doing that, actually. I think I was quoted last time as saying, quote, there's no way we can possibly not form the Latin Empire next stream. So, I think it's gonna happen this time. Probably. Yeah, probably. It is funny that we can form Greece, but we shouldn't do that, I think. Because I don't think we can form the Latin Empire as Greece. Although maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe it's worth going for. What do I need for this? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I guess I could if I really, really wanted to. How do you swap primary culture? There's gotta be a button for that somewhere. But in theory, we could actually swap our primary culture. Oh, right, it's this. Yeah, if we wanted to become Greek, I guess we could. Technically, it's probably not a good idea. 87 stability and 87 legitimacy. We could. Anyway, yeah, we're not going to do that twice. Because we'd have to swap to Greek to form Greece, and then swap away from Greek again. And I don't even know if we could do that at this point, so... Oh, and we're also creating a new Athenian culture. It's going to be like Athenian Catalan or something. Only recently found out that to create a new culture, you need to be the most dominant nation in that culture. It's actually the other way around. To create a new culture, you need to be a kingdom that is not the dominant nation of that culture. Hence, the fact that we are Catalan, right? We're a Catalan country by culture. But we are, of course, not Aragon. I actually don't even know if Aragon counts at this point, now that I think about it. But, yeah, I really don't know what's going to happen when they're this small. But it seems we can still create our culture. I think we just need to have the fewest pops of that culture, maybe? Or not have the most? I actually have no idea. Yeah, okay, so Aragon is still the dominant country. Even if we become larger, they just happen to have more Catalans. So, as long as they still live, we can create our new culture. And then I have no idea what's going to happen to this culture. We'll find out in 4 years, I guess. But for now, I think what we need to do is integrate this one subject here, and then after that, we're going to try and integrate... I don't remember which one it is. Might be Central Macedonia, maybe. Maybe. I do also need to continue getting a lot more maritime presence, because mine kind of sucks. Yeah, there's no maritime presence here. Oh, we actually don't have privateers? Really? In this economy? Because usually, I think it's the knights just privateer this entire place. Constantly. But maybe not today. Well, that's nice. Anyway, it looks like we're getting a little bit of maritime presence here, which is like not the greatest spot for it. Yeah, do we want to maybe not do that, actually? Let's just get maritime presence on this side. Okay, we unpause. Did anything break? Because I know they had like one balance update, I think. One little patch. These might be broken. Or not. Okay, we're probably fine. Is going over your diplo capacity just not an issue? I mean, it is kind of an issue. It does reduce crown power and, you know, makes your subjects disloyal. You get more antagonism. Increases the cost of diplo spending, so it's not great. But I think we're getting more out of this by being over our diplo limit. Or diplo capacity than we would be for, you know, deciding to not take more subjects. Look at the meme map. Real Catalans are in Greece. Delusional cosplayers in northeastern Spain. What do the Aragonese Catalans know about crusading? We're the ones who actually stuck it out in these tough conditions as we struggled against the might of the Byzantine Empire. What do they know about that? What do they know of struggle? Even though they got their butts kicked by Castile multiple times. Also, Granada's winning. I don't like this. Second War of France aggression? You just no-see beat England? That is being a dedicated hater. I gotta commend them for that one. That's that's next level hating. Rebellion against Castile? Okay. Cool. Against Castile, England, and the Papal States. Reconquista. Well, maybe not. Oh, I think they just got their independence, actually. I think that was that. And they only took like 3 things. And they're not even like good things to take. Why would you do this? Why would you take these? Is there like a silver mine here? No. Why did you take these? Are they your cores? No. Why did you take these? They didn't want to take Cordoba? No? Okay. Alright. That's cool. A new court. Oh, right. Okay, so we could move it to Constantinople. Problem is, there's like no money in Constantinople for us right now. Yeah, the problem is that if we actually do move to Constantinople, then we're going to lose all of our control back home. And we have a lot more money back home than we do in Constantinople. I mean, we have this. We have like a 20 wealth, 23 wealth, 18 wealth. We do have a decent bit of money back home in Greece proper, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But we will eventually move it to Constantinople, of course. I just need a larger navy first. I just need maritime presence. Speaking of which stat gives maritime presence? The middle one. Diplo. You can have that then. Okay, we're gonna keep it in Athens for the time being, and then whenever she dies is probably when I'm going to move it to Constantinople. Probably. What's your primary culture? Catalan. Naturally. Oh yeah, we do have a slight maybe coalition, but not really. Aww, the air is stupid. That sucks. Okay, hopefully the queen has a son. That would be nice. Because the daughter is not looking too bright. Our subjects this patch, still bad. They still cost a lot to integrate, I think. Yeah, it's still plus 200 base cost. Do they have to tag swap to fix the rebellion bug? What do you mean? Like these guys over here? They, like, the thing is, the AI does eventually actually figure out how to do the whole, like, ending the Civil War thing. The problem is that it takes them forever to do it. Like, they do figure it out eventually, but... Also, did Portugal just pop out? No, they just declared their own war of a coalition. Kind of based, actually. I do kind of like to see this, to be honest. When I see the AI decide to expand a little too aggressively and everyone's like, hold on, wait a minute. Get a load of this guy, and then they just go and stomp them down. $14.45. That can't be right. I think for the most part today is going to be a lot of chilling, I'm not going to lie. I think we're just going to be sitting here for a while. We've sort of expanded to our diplomatic capacity. I could continue to take stuff, but at this point it would probably hurt a lot. Oh, hello, Byzantine Empire. That doesn't count as my rebellion, right? This isn't going to cancel my my foster new culture, right? That's not going to break anything. Right? Right. That's not gonna break anything. Okay, it seems fine. I thought that you couldn't be at war at all. I thought that would kind of break it. Do I still have this thing? No, actually, I fixed it. I forgot. The papal sanction to take Constantinople is up until you have, I think, 75 locations. And I kind of took a few too many. No, I was a little unsure about actually scheduling this stream today because we are supposed to get the beta update, or the beta for the next update, relatively soon, I think. So I was wondering, I don't know if it's even worth continuing this campaign. Like, I'm sure it will update to the next patch, but if they change enough, then it's going to make the game feel really different if I continue playing rather than just start a new campaign. And that's supposed to be actually, well, they said by the end of the month, I think is when they wanted the next, or the beta patch. And so that's either today or tomorrow, really. So Siberia campaign? They should have given us Siberia content for EU4. Changed my mind. Just a little bit. I'm not even asking for like a full mission tree, but I would think... I would find it funny, actually, if they just gave us a little bit of something. Just a little bit. Entirely unpopular opinion, I know. What other countries are you up to playing in the near future? That's a good question. I'm kind of waiting until we get proper content for a lot of countries before I really want to play them. But I don't know, I might end up playing one of the big countries anyway. So, you know, I haven't played England, I haven't played France. Or Bohemia, or Hungary. Or Poland. Or the Ottomans, actually. I have not played the Ottomans yet. And I only really played the opener for Byzantium. Even though they did get content. So maybe I can't even be trusted. Maybe I can't be trusted to keep my word for that. But in theory, I would like to play countries as they get content. So, you know, I'm definitely going to play France or Scotland again. I don't know about playing Scotland again, actually. Maybe, because they're going to get some content. But the thing is, with these, you know, the Chronicle packs, as they're calling them, I'm not really too sure what kind of content they want to throw in there. It seems very limited to like a very small scope. You know when you play like an EU4 DLC, or you buy one and you get like a mission tree that's for the entire campaign? That's not what these are. You're getting like something that deals specifically with France and Scotland, I think, and very specifically the 100 Years' War. Definitely going to be an interesting model for DLC, but anyway. So I might end up playing something that's not going to get content in the next year. Maybe I'll play Portugal again. I don't know. I know that on the roadmap they said they wanted to sort of revamp all of the colonization stuff. Who's this? A non-existent country? Okay. We love that, I guess. Anyway, they wanted to change, I think it was exploration for the most part, which I completely agree with. I think exploration right now is... yeah, I guess I'll just call it underbaked. I don't know, I was gonna say something harsher, but it really is just like... kinda tedious and expensive and... not a lot of fun to interact with. It's just, oh, let's send a guy over here and it costs a lot of money. And then you have to pay more money while he's out here. And then you uncover like 7 square kilometers of land, and that's cool, I guess. It may have to do with the sheer number of explorations, like expeditions you're supposed to set out for colonization. Oh, there we go. That's done. And we've annexed you. I don't think I get any proximity here. Yeah, it's pretty cooked. Although it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Let's see, what do we even have here? Olives, lumber, sand. Okay, I don't really care that much then. The main point of annexing those guys was to make myself larger so that when I annex this guy, still 1447? You gotta be kidding me. I was thinking, oh, I'm just gonna annex small tags, and then I'll get the bonus for being large. Nope, no bonus. 1447? I'm not gonna wait until 1447. What about you? 1411, that's not as bad. We need to be friends more. Brabantine run, intentionally trying to recreate Belgium? Recreate? I don't know if we'll be recreating Belgium from Brabant. Actually, is there a Belgium formable? I never really stopped to think about that. Is there? I feel like I've seen that before, somewhere. Someone playing Belgium, maybe. Anyway, I'm really not even too sure what to play next. You know, I haven't played that many building-based countries yet. Or army-based countries. Like, I haven't played the Teutons. I tried playing as a bank once. That was horrendously broken. Horrendously broken, but like in a super funny way, where I had, I think like 100,000 people in Europe employed in my banks. Also, first come, first serve is not what I want. I want infrastructure, then most profitable, I think. I do forget to change that a lot. I think the average goal for annexing something is to make you larger. Okay. You know what I mean. I need to get the bonus. The big bonus. The bonus for being big. How long would this take? 1449. Ludicrous. What else do I even need to build? Maybe marketplaces. Marketplaces cost 0.19. Or maybe 0.29, and I'm getting this amount of trade. But is that because I built trade offices? No. Okay, so my marketplaces are actually profitable. Okay, we'll make a few then. That's cool. Towards offense. Maybe I actually don't build those in the capital. Maybe I build those marketplaces in here. And then one in the capital. Have you played in Italy much? I actually did play in Italy. I played a whole campaign where I basically tried to speedrun Italy and form it by 1444. I think I barely made it, maybe. Pretty sure I formed Italy around 1444. You'd have to check the VODs for that one. I actually kind of forgot. But that was the main goal for the beginning, at least. And then I think I kind of got frustrated by the whole problem that we used to have with 17 people in your subjects dragging you into a war against Hungary, for example. And that was too tedious for me, so I think I stopped playing at that point. They did fix that, for the most part. At least you won't have, like, you know, like a small village causing you to go to war with another great power. What do I want at this point? Do I have any laws I want to change? I think I like these laws. Maybe not nobility-controlled mining, but... yeah, the nobility kind of have too much, I think. Yeah, we're gonna swap to burgers. Burger-controlled mining. I just need to pick this up. Yeah, because I'm not going to go to war, probably. Law change, burger-controlled mining. Gotta make the burgers happy, so I can tax them more. And also so that it's cheaper, and I don't know if I really like having aristocracy. I found that the AI, more often than not, kind of all just goes aristocracy. Which kind of makes sense for the most part. Oh, you know what else I actually kind of... like, now that I think about it, I never really saw in my Aztec campaign. There were just no revolutionary tags. Never really stopped to think about it, but like, is there even a revolution in EU5? Like, do we even have that mechanic set up at all? Oh, let's go! New culture! Athenian. And it's Catalan. We're so back. The Iberian Athenian culture emerges. Oh, that's so peak. We are so back. Wait, are we? What's the culture of my subjects? Wait a minute, maybe we're not back. Did I mess this up? You're Greek. Hold on. You're Catalan. Shoot, that's gonna make my life harder, actually. My bad. You're Greek. I think pretty much everybody's Greek, so it doesn't really make a difference, except for that one subject who I could have annexed faster, but it's not a big deal. We are so back. The Athenian culture. Ooh. Oh, do I care about this guy? Oh, he is a cabinet member. I do care about this guy, because that is a cabinet trait. Alright, buddy, you're gonna get fired. He literally just finished his job, and then he immediately became corrupt. So, congratulations. Because I think if I wait long enough... that does take effect, I think. Improve cultural opinion. What culture are you? Also Greek. Oh, you're just the largest Greek country, okay. Oh, did the Greek culture used to like me more? Did I mess this up? Yeah, I definitely did. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, we're gonna have Greeks like us more. Thank you. Alright, give it 1 month. Maybe we're not getting the tax efficiency reduction. Maybe you're actually fine. Cabinet trait minus 10% tax efficiency. But then we look inside and we're not losing tax efficiency. So I guess he can stick around for now. Yeah, we want to become more innovative. That is important. Okay, so I need to make everybody more Athenian right now. How do I make you more Athenian? We need to increase our cultural influence. That makes sense. We need to build libraries and universities. That makes sense. And more marketplaces, maybe. Okay, so if I annex you, it's only going to take... That's not an only, that's until 1450. Okay, if I annex you... 1451? But you're even smaller than that guy. You're literally like 5... Okay, maybe 6 locations. That's actually pretty comparable. Okay. What about you? How long will this take? 1453? What about you? 1448? It can't be this bad. Is there anybody I can annex for like a decent speed? Naxos. You just don't like me very much. That's reasonable, actually. What about you? 1455. What about you? 1449. What's up with all my subjects taking absolutely forever to integrate? Oh, I think it's because my cultural influence is terrible. That's definitely it. Because I have a new culture. So our cultural influence is actually negative. We have no cultural influence. Shoot. It's horribly broken at the moment, so there actually are revolutionary mechanics, but I guess I just didn't see them at all in my last campaign. Tried once to play as revolutionary Ottomans. It was so ass. You kill your own country for nothing by doing that? Oh. Do you get to spread the revolution at least? Can we like pull a Napoleon in Europe? Why did I say Napoleon like that? Napoleon. By spread, you mean get war decked by everyone? Historically accurate, let's go. Do you get buffs or like benefits or anything like that? Because I mean, it kind of makes sense for everyone in Europe to really not like that. Well, you know, Europe, generally speaking, wherever it spawns. It makes sense that everybody who is not a revolutionary republic would really not vibe with the revolution, I think. They kind of do that in EU4, I think, for the most part as well. If you're the revolutionary target, then everyone kind of hates you, I think. I think I will pick up an art school, maybe. Also not sure how to feel about these local councils. I haven't built them yet before. Or at all. They'll probably be useful for us, because our country's gonna be pretty big. But maybe not right now. I did get my maritime presence ships. Speaking of maritime presence, I would like more of that. The army is fine, we have military tactics now, and then after that, maybe I will pick up... Ooh, levy recovery and combat efficiency. It's not a bad idea. Where's the levy unit for this age? Where is that? Did I pick that up already? Right, peasant levies, they're already over there. Okay, we'll go ahead and pick up... I don't even know. Protected harbor? That gives harbor capacity, which is something. Decent enough in the capital, because I don't think we... Oh no, we do have 100%. But you do go past 100%. If we were at 120, then we're actually getting the benefits of 120, which is cool. Okay, so we might as well just keep stacking it then. If we can get proximity impact through port to minus 100%, then that's pretty nice. Isn't this the guy I was going to remove anyway? Oh, he actually is affecting my tax efficiency. Dubious spending practices, what do you know? Yeah, I mean, he is actually corrupt. He's wasting the money of the crown. He actually should be arrested. Even if he does belong to the crown estate, that's too bad. I'm not gonna let you get away with crimes just because you're nobility. Call that historically progressive. Yeah, corrupt minister is actually corrupt. Fork found in the kitchen? No way. Okay, I'm just sitting here. I'm not even actually integrating a subject. I'm still flabbergasted by the cost. I'm stun-locked by the cost. I don't even know what to do. 1452. It's insanity. It's ludicrous. This guy only has 5 locations. I should be able to integrate this guy with relatively few issues. So let's take a look. What are these issues? Issue number 1, decentralization. Issue number 2, we have no cultural influence. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, yeah. Yeah. I need to enforce culture on somebody. And maybe somehow become more centralized. That's not happening. It's cooked. How much cultural tradition do you guys have? $264. It's kind of a lot. That is a lot. Okay. So I think, yeah. Maybe I don't think. Maybe I don't. What about you? If I improve relations with this small island chain, maybe it'll be enough. Actually, same with Nexos. So maybe it's actually not worth trying to integrate you right now. Because that's not going to do me very much good. You know what? You guys hate me? Not really. Okay. Maybe we'll make Egypt a rival. Yeah, screw it. Universities are the best way to do that. I don't think we can build those yet. Oh no, we can. I'm stupid. Never mind. Libraries and universities. Because they also give influence, right? They do. Okay. So we have enough libraries. University. They are expensive. But they will give us 0.5 cultural influence, which is something. Okay, so we need to build universities. We need to convert some of my subjects. We need to stop improving relations, stop trying to annex. Also with Serbia, we don't care that much. We can try to annex maybe Naxos down here, because they're very, very small. I think they're literally 3 locations. Surely 3 locations will not take 50 years to integrate. Surely. So I want to cancel this annexation, but the game actually won't let me cancel it. I'm wondering if it requires a diplomat to cancel, which I... Okay. It doesn't actually spend the diplomat, we just need to have one. That's interesting. So... yeah, we're gonna wait until we can annex Naxos maybe. In the meantime, the guy with the city here, you are going to become Athenian. Congratulations. That's gonna make it much faster to integrate you. You know, I could actually go to war maybe, now that I think about it. I can go to war for money. I should have made Serbia a rival. Or maybe I couldn't make them a rival. That's possible. Maybe I go to war. No, a truce with the Ottomans, never mind. Bulgaria? Hungary. No, never mind. Wallachia? Cannot get a CB against Wallachia. Okay, Venice. Venice. Do you want maybe... We can humiliate rival. That actually would still work. Because all we need to do is take money and war reps from them, so that actually does count, I think. But how am I going to get to Venice? How many ships do you have? 66 ships. It is cooked. Unless I can get Hungary to just invade Venice for me. I don't know, maybe. Then they would get all the money. Not the war reps. How much money does Venice make? Not a bad income. I mean, it's a lot better than my income, so they have 99. What do I make? 58. I could get like a whole 9 ducats a month out of those guys. Oh, I could also just like decrease Diplo spending. Yeah, there's that too. Forgot about that. I don't know, maybe. I'll build a spy network at least. Also don't need to improve relations with the Memluks, because they hate us and we hate them. One thing I encountered on the new patch is that I had 2 vassals that drastically... They're drastically loyal among other subjects. That drastically reduce loyalty among all other vassals by 90 while in age 3. I'm assuming that's what you're saying, but I have no idea. I do find that like vassal comparison to your power is a little bit weird, especially in late game. If you watch the Aztec video, then you know what I mean. Like, you can have 10 times the tax base of your subjects, but they don't even really think about that. I don't know if they think about that, maybe they do, but it seems to be heavily weighted towards actual professional standing army. Even if you could raise a professional army that is 7 times the size of all your subjects combined within a matter of like maybe 2 months, if you just felt like it. But they don't seem to actually take that into consideration. They're just like, oh, your army is small and ours is big. I guess that means we're stronger than you. Like, okay, listen. We aren't mobilized right now. The army is small because it saves me money. Hi BDJ, how's it going? We're doing fairly alright. Except that I feel like this is going a lot slower than I wanted it to. Maybe creating my own culture was actually not a good idea. Controversial as that may seem. I don't know why my cultural influence is going down. Unsupported, accepted, and tolerated cultures? I mean, that doesn't do that much. I think it's because it uses the old one as the baseline. And we are literally like one country. I think the easiest way to try and increase the cultural influence is to just convert all of my subjects to this culture. Supporting the Florentine school for monthly prestige. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know if I care that much about that. I need to fund universities. Does your culture group impact IR? I don't know what IR means. You're gonna have to help me out here. Push innovative for influence. I mean, we are pushing innovative right now. We have been for a while. Culture has no impact on Imperator Rome. I think culture does have an impact on Imperator Rome. Because if we get everybody to play Imperator Rome again, then that can start a cultural movement where we demand that Paradox makes another update for it again. Okay, I'm gonna have to guess that IR is improved relations, maybe. And no, I don't think it does. It changes opinion, depending on the primary culture and court language. You know what else I need to do? I need to kick the nobility in the shins. That's what I need to do. The Crusader elite is too crusadery. Too elite. I think we can stop being crusaders now. We've won. It's over. The crusade is done. We did it. We won the crusade. We did it, everybody. That's it. We don't need any more crusades. Oh no. Oh no, the crown princess. No, not you. Not the 26, 19, 23. How do I get rid of her? My queen is 41 years old. I don't really know what the chances are of her having more kids. The heir is just so stupid. There has to be a solution to this. We need to be able to fix this. Unless there is one condition under which I will accept her being the queen. Which is if and only if she is able to marry somebody that will secure me a personal union. I need to have a diplomat, right? Maybe I'll bump up my spending a little bit more. Don't I have a thing for more diplomats? Hold on. We already picked that one up. No more diplomats. Really? It is kind of cooked. Okay. Diplomats? That's diplomatic range. Okay, we do not get monthly diplomats in here. It is cooked. What about... Is it the embassy that I'm thinking of? No, it's diplo capacity. What's that building? Oh, it might be the Royal Garden, maybe. Yeah, that gives us diplomats. I think I will actually build that. Because I think we'll save a lot of money on diplomacy if I need diplomats and I just don't have to spend as much money. Are you able to flip to a republic or theocracy? Not willingly. It is notoriously difficult to swap government types in EU5. Unless they very recently changed that. But if we want to become a republic, we need to have 95 towards plutocracy. It's not very difficult. Or sorry, that is very difficult. It's not very easy to do. Theocracy? I actually don't know what we need to swap theocracy. 95 spiritualist is actually a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, in theory it could happen. We could do that if we wanted to. I don't really want to, though. Okay, we have our art school. Right now we're building the university, and then the royal garden, and then we also want the... I mean, we do want the royal court at some point, but we want the art school. That's expensive. There we go, Byzantium is cord. Oh, you know what else I should do right now? Improve province control over here. Also, why is there some king in my cabinet? Oh, he's the consort, right? Republic or monarchy flip is rough because 95 is hard to get by pushing values to like 1600. Arguably, very reasonable for it to become, you know, kind of hard to swap between the two. Well, actually, I would make the argument that it should be a lot easier to switch or swap away from a republic into a monarchy. But arguably, it should only be easier through catastrophe. Like, somebody's just seizing power of the government and making themselves the de facto monarch. Like, I think it's a lot easier for a, for like a top-down, if somebody has too much power, what are they gonna do? They're gonna become, like, more autocratic. Or they're going to become, like, closer to a monarchy the more power they have. But, like, the less power the monarch has, and the more that other interest groups have, I guess the easier it is to become a republic. Because the other interest groups are actually, like, they far outweigh the direct power of the monarch. That does make me wonder, though. Yeah, is there even a dictator event through low Republican tradition? Because in that case, then it wouldn't be very hard to become a monarchy from a republic. We're going to build an art school. Because we want more artworks. Because artworks also give us influence, right? I think. Okay, it's not really giving us the breakdown there, but there we go. From locations, Athens 0.6. That's from library and university. Maybe we don't. What do works of art even do? What do you even do? When the art is created, it directly increases the cultural influence of the primary culture of the country the artist is working in. Having art in the country benefits prestige and cultural tradition. Okay. Okay, so artwork increases your tradition as it exists in your country, but when it's created, it increases your influence. Okay, that makes sense. There are microscopic bonuses to the locations the art is in. Wait, really? Oh yeah, what do you know? That pop assimilation speed is actually kind of useful. Because it's one of the things that is kind of the hardest to do in the game. At least at the start it is. Yeah, we're at like minus 120% or something. It's cooked. Okay, so other than building art schools and universities, well, we still have one more to build, I think. Hover over the art quality. Okay. That impacts prestige and cultural tradition. It's crazy how there are like 10 levels to this. There are actually layers to this. Interesting. I could canonize somebody for like a token of legitimacy. Or I could also... Nope, never mind, I can't do this. Why? Because Curia actions are blocked. Why? Because we have this schism. Right. So, how much influence do I have? 339? I could canonize a little bit. What if I actually just do that? I turn off my cost of court, and then I canonize to bring my legitimacy back up. It's like free money. Okay, I think we can start annexing Naxos. 1416 is still ludicrous, but I'll take it. And then at this point, actually, we should do this. Could build more ships, actually, and more light ships. Oh, let's get these cogs out of here. Yeah, I should build like 5 more of these ships. We have an early caravel in here, I think. Let's get you to upgrade. We will set you to patrol the seas. And we're going to attach damaged. And we're going to build like 5 more. Well, maybe like 1 more for now. Because we're kind of broke. Is the merc problem too bad or manageable? Do you mean in terms of like fighting enemies that happen to hire a ridiculous number of mercs? Because it's for the most part kind of manageable. But I did notice the one time that that Aachen raised an army, a mercenary army that was larger than the number of people in the town itself. That was kind of weird, I won't lie. That was a little bit odd. Donation to the Pope? I don't know if I have all that. Sorry, Pope. I know my Crusaders date and everything, but it's just not really in the budget this year. You understand. It is a little unfortunate that the Pope does not have Rome and nobody cares. Is Naples even excommunicated for that? That's a good question. I don't believe they are. They don't seem excommunicated to me. Okay, easy. Take Rome, nobody cares. Cool. Is the game playable now? Yeah, for the most part. But we're really gonna find out next beta update, I guess. I'm really hoping that the major bugs are fixed. Really hoping that they're fixed. It mostly is just dealing with subjects. Subjects and rebellions. Or rebellions in subjects. Trying to imagine if war is actually profitable right now. Serbia, do you make money? You really don't make money. Shoot. Because the only reason I'd go to war right now is pretty much money. We're over the Diplo capacity too much. I guess I could break the alliance with Hungary, but I don't know, I kind of want that. I don't think we have any more laws to change either. Education of the people? I mean, can I get more influence? I can get more artists. That could be useful. Because what's literacy gonna do for me right now? Okay, it actually is a pretty big part of everything here. Also, clergy here. I think you should have more things. I think I should give you stuff. Ooh, military orders. If we are not a military order, then we get discipline and clergy allowed to command. If we give a sponsorship of the military order to any country, then we get morale. Okay, that's cool. Papal emissary is kind of useful. Ooh, this is really good, actually. Doesn't seem that good, but it's like 5 whole satisfaction for only 10% power, and we get more clerics, which means we have more demand for goods and stuff. That actually is really good. And I want the clergy to be happy, because when they're happy, they increase my research speed. I do like the communalism. Strengthened faith isn't bad. Because we've pretty much already converted everything. So I think I'll take that too. And yeah, the crown power is not looking too hot, but it's not that bad. I'll give you this too, that's cool. Oh, we can get devout education. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. This is what we currently have. And this would be pretty much the same thing, actually. It would make the clergy happier, and it would make us more traditionalist, which I don't actually like that that much. I'm also thinking that devout education should, in theory, be giving us 0.2, not 0.02 progress towards spiritualist. That would be a little bit weird for it to be only 0.02. Although maybe that is the intent, I don't know. I feel like devout education should make you more spiritualist than religious teachings. It seems like the more extreme version, but anyway. What else was I gonna do? Maybe expansionist zealotry as well? Well, maybe not. Maybe not right now. That's cool. And then, what do we want for this? Because we're not going to change any laws, probably. We could try to go for mountain pass charters, because I don't have that much infrastructure over in the western part of the country here. It just wouldn't make very much money, so I hesitate to waste, in quotes, a whole parliament on that. Canonical law, ooh, that's good though, actually. Monthly control is whatever, but the stability investment? That's not too bad. Actually, yeah, the stability investment would be really big for us. It's gonna be tough, but we can try this. Maybe it won't be that tough. We'll see. For the most part, you say, as if every update doesn't cause it to get worse. Well, I wouldn't say the last few updates have made it, like, actively worse. Better in many ways, not so great in many other ways. Although, while we're sitting here, if you'll permit me to rant a little bit, I think a lot of these things... I think a lot of the things that are added in terms of, like, mechanics are... Well, let me just give an example before I generalize. I think that, like, the town privileges and stuff are a little bit weird because if you want to get rid of them, right, that's 10 whole stability. Like, the entire country suffers 10 stability for this. Having a global cost for this, I mean, I could understand that if it's a particularly important city, like if it's your capital, and you're revoking the urban rights of your capital, and you have like a lot of control and it's like really important, I could understand that being like actually a countrywide effect. But eventually you have so many towns, so many cities, for it to cost 10 to remove it, especially when you have some of them that are permanent. Like when you conquer something, it still keeps the granary town effect. I mean, that's literally what it says right here. So whenever somebody makes a granary town, you're going to bet that that's going to stay the same. That's going to stay there the whole time. Because I don't want to spend 10 stability to fix this. But then also, if you want to add new ones, like a new town. I don't know if I have a town to actually show this off. To give an example. Maybe I do over here. I already have 3 rights given over here. Oh, well, we can just see this here, actually. So it costs 5 legitimacy to grant these rights. Again, a global cost for granting rights to one urban area. And eventually, you just have so many of these that you don't really want to interact with the system after you set it up in like maybe the first 5 towns that you own or something, because the global cost very quickly outscales the local benefits. To the point where eventually I'm like, I don't really want to interact with this system very much at all. And so I feel like maybe that's just one example of something being added, but it's like, you know, the players, are they going to actually like want to use this or be able to use it or that kind of thing? Like, if I were a player, would I reasonably want to interact with this system past the first like 5 times you use it? And I get that it really is, like, eventually it becomes micromanagement. Eventually, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, in my Aztec campaign, I just didn't really grant any urban rights because, you know, the global cost would have been ridiculous. Especially because they were added, you know, when I had to port my save over to the new update. But it basically just means, like, late game, you're probably not going to touch them ever again. Anyway, I need to build another university, I think. We're too broke for that. Okay, well, give me a second. We're too broke, and then also I need to go over here and canonize somebody. For... Oh, did I get my legitimacy? Yes, okay. Let's canonize somebody else for more. Actually, maybe I don't do that. Yeah, never mind. We're not going to do that. Because the clergy are at 100%, so I'm going to wait for them to dip down a little bit. Because right now they're giving me actually... Well, they should be giving me a full 20%. Or 25 maybe. But they're giving me a lot of research progress. It should be like 5 stab and pop satisfaction loss for a few years. Arguably, not even like the stability. I think that it should just make the burghers here really upset. Or like whoever you're giving the rights to. We have a few different, right? A few different ones. So... maybe for like the Skolai privileges, if you revoke this, then it makes the clergy upset or something. Like, it just makes the people there, locally, really upset. I think that's what it should do for the most part. Because having a global cost, I feel like it'll always end up outscaling it too much, to the point where the player just doesn't really want to interact with it. Or they basically have like very little incentive to. Okay, let's see if we can get a little bit of bellicose support in here. Maybe I wait like a month. Just to be sure. Oh, there you go. We'll pick that up. And then hopefully we get the stability that we want. That'll be cool. Alright, more stability each month. I'm actually going to use that to go ahead and pick up meritocracy, maybe. Doesn't cost that much, it's only 20 stability. And then we go over here, we're actually going to build more ships. We have 3 on the way, let's make that 4. Maritime presence, it could be better. It's not great right now. And then how are we doing over here? Still minus 50 from the influence versus tradition. Which is not great, but we are gaining more influence each month. I definitely missed a couple of messages here. Want to actually conquer a lot of land? How long does it take to assimilate provinces and make them useful? Okay, presumably you mean like cultural assimilation? Like integrating doesn't take that long, but you just quickly end up with a large minority population or other ethnic groups. Okay, yeah, so... I mean, you have 2 options. You either accept the culture, or you assimilate the culture. So, in our example, we of course accepted Greek, so that we can actually have cores in Greek territory. And that's important for our control. But eventually when you have a bunch of cultures, you're going to have to just start converting them. Or assimilating them. And the best way to do that, I think, is you just need to increase your cultural influence compared to their tradition. So like Greek has a cultural tradition of 256. So for us to even scratch away at that minus 50% penalty, I think we're going to need, I think it's 128 cultural influence to begin to actually tackle that, which is a little bit annoying. So there is a little bit of a benefit, I think, to converting your subjects to your culture before you annex them, because they automatically convert some of those pops, which is something. It's not great. Subjects don't really do that very well anymore. Did you improve cultural opinion with Greeks? I did. Just once. Didn't know Athenian was a culture? That's because it's not a culture. Not at the start of the game. We actually made the Athenian culture. It is actually just Catalan with a trench coat on. It's basically Catalan. I am looking forward to one day maybe having a dynamic new culture edition. I think they do want to do that. But yeah, it would be cool if we could sort of fuse Catalan and Greek. Like it's CK3 or something. I think we've maxed out control over here. Let's do that here too. Okay, so am I actually going to go to war with Venice? Maybe. Well, Hungary doesn't want to anymore, so never mind, I guess. Well, what kind of ships do you have? I guess we'll never know. Eight heavy ships. It's cooked. I don't think they're fixing Navy until the beta update, too. Actually, wouldn't it be super funny if they released that today? Wouldn't that be really funny? No, they wouldn't do that. Probably. I'll take Thessaloniki with gold for your own. Oh, this over here? With this gold? Because it would have taken, when I took it the first time, a really long time to integrate. And also, I think they're paying me a decent amount, aren't they? Well, they were paying me a decent amount. Wait, you're only paying me 0.5. Disloyal subject. Oh, right, because I converted their culture. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. So they were paying me a lot more money. It's fine, because they'll just, like, they'll build up their own stuff, and then when I annex them, I'll just inherit all the gold that they made. All the money they made. Yeah, I don't think that was a bad move. This is pretty much done. I guess we will... let's actually get diplomatic endeavors on. I want to improve relations with my subjects. Starting to wonder if these universities are even worth building. So if we take into consideration the highest possible cultural influence with all universities built, I don't think it actually brings us high enough. I mean, it does give literacy, I guess, for nobles and burghers, but wouldn't I much prefer to just make more towns? I think I would. Like, maybe make one on the olives here. That is kind of expensive. We could use more masonry. Maybe we build that first. Where do I have stone or clay? We have stone here. Stone and clay there, but that's not very encouraging. Because there are like there are fewer than 2,000 people here and 277 there. It's probably not even worth it. Trying to decrease the cost more right now. What do you think about the changes that growing your economy will cause other nations to trust you less? I think it's important to try and remember the exact conditions that they mentioned, right? I think they said if you double the economy within 5 years, then it's up to -10 trust or something. So I think at most you're gonna see like an average -1 trust if you're playing that like a regular pace. I think towards late game it's gonna maybe tank the trust more, but it kind of depends. Because doubling your economy within 5 years is actually not a very easy thing to do. So having up to -10 from doubling your economy in 5 years, let's say that usually you have an average growth, let's say you have an annual growth rate of like 5% in your historical tax base, or your tax base. Then at that point, like even then, what are you gonna get, like -4 trust or something? -4, -5? It doesn't seem like it's going to impact things very much, but that also makes you wonder, like, why is that a thing? Like, if it does impact things a lot, then it's probably going to be pretty annoying. If it doesn't impact anything at all, then it's like a, why is this here kind of deal. And I'm really hoping, because the thing is, I wouldn't even be opposed to it on the face of the idea. Just on its own, I wouldn't even be that upset about it. But I have the feeling that this is going to apply in situations where it shouldn't. Like if you're a tiny country and you conquer another tiny country, boom, tax base doubled, everyone hates you. I don't know if I like that. Situation number 2, you have a rebellion, your tax base drops to half. You annex that rebellion, tax base doubles again, now everybody hates you. I don't know about that one. I feel like those are going to be the main issues with it. Because within very specific contexts, it could reasonably have a meaningful gameplay impact. Particularly when it comes to great powers and taking large swaths of territory. And we have the antagonism system for that, but antagonism isn't quite like the same. Because antagonism, if you're like Castile, and you, I don't know, you invade like the Maghreb or something, right? Like you take a bunch of this stuff. Maybe your tax base won't even go up that much. That's the other issue, but putting that aside for now. If you like make a bunch of gains here, your antagonism is going to be with a lot of like Muslim countries. And the countries in Europe aren't going to care that much because you're not taking Christian territory. Problem is though, you're still becoming stronger. So maybe they should still trust you a little bit less. Maybe they'll be a little bit more concerned about the fact that you're becoming much stronger. The one that I actually don't understand very much is the research one, where average control has an impact on your research speed. That one's a little peculiar to me, and I've been trying to figure out, like, I've been trying to really understand the motivations and the inspiration for that mechanic, as they've described it. And I'm kind of fallen short for explanations, for good explanations. It doesn't have to be a historical one, it can just be a gameplay one, but even then, like, it seems like if they're trying to have it so that it nerfs large empires that have, you know, low control to try and sort of slow them down, like they're trying to slow China down technologically, or they're trying to slow Egypt or whoever down technologically so that we can simulate the differences in late game tech between the European powers and those in the rest of the world. If they're trying to like make that balance with it, I don't think it's gonna have that effect either. Like, I don't think it's going to properly do that. Like, it might do that for, say, China, for example. And that kind of makes sense. But a lot of these small countries, in these areas are going to be, they're going to be technologically advanced. They're going to be the same as like the European powers by the end of the game. So it doesn't make meaningful regional differences. Low control equals the local authorities slurp up the prospecting talents before they can be put to more use. Okay, well, my argument for that would be if you are a highly centralized country with a significant amount of your population in one city that you have a lot of control over, then fundamentally, that really should not affect your research that much. I think it should be, like, they could do control but weighted, like population weighted control. I could maybe kind of get behind that a little bit. Like, if you have a large amount, maybe not even population, maybe it's like disproportionate urbanization, or... Yeah, no, urbanization would solve that, I think. Disproportionate urbanization. If you have a lot of major cities that are outside of your control, then yeah, sure, okay, I could see that. Maybe. But then we get into the whole weird thing about, like, what counts as technology then? And, like, what does it mean to adopt a technology, or to adopt an innovation? What does that actually mean? To put it to use for the state, like the state can use it? Because a lot of improvements were very local. But, like, people would just... they would sort of figure things out in random places at some point. And they would improve things for themselves, but maybe, like, the whole state wouldn't adopt it? I don't know. I'm kind of grasping at straws here. I haven't built any bailiffs. I should probably do that, actually. Depending. A bailiff here wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, just to, like, bring this up to, I think, like, 90%. How much would a bailiff cost to maintain? Nobody knows. Okay, maybe we don't build a bailiff. Maybe I'll build one in the gold patch. And actually, do I want to urbanize? What am I going to do with that? Another town for what exactly? We already have the capital. We're not running out of building slots. I should just build more stuff in the capital. I'll build a market warehouse, I guess. I guess we would add, like, more burgers and more nobility, I suppose. Okay, let's see. Can I make you... Can I swap your culture? No. Not for another few years. Okay, maybe we actually don't get Latin Empire. Maybe it's cooked today too. I didn't realize just how bad it would be to create my own culture. I didn't realize it would actually be devastating. Anyway, let's make maybe... Oh, nope, can't build any more docks. Okay, what about wharfs? That's not what I'm trying to do. Wharf. No more wharves. Okay, maybe that's what urbanization is for. More wharves. Unironically, yeah. I am gonna build an entire town just so I can have more wharves. Control's not population weighted? No, it isn't. For average control count, that's just wrong. What's the average control calculation? Actually, how do I check that? Maybe it is weighted. It wouldn't be a modifier. How do I check that? Average control. Average control in country. It doesn't really give me a breakdown of this. I actually don't know if it is weighted. But in terms of the research, like the thing that they're proposing, I think it should be weighted. But weighted on urbanization, specifically. Maybe not population directly. Complacency shows it? Well, not really. Yeah, I have 48% average, but it's not giving me the breakdown on whether or not that's weighted. Like population weighted. I don't think it is. I think it actually is correct when it says my average control is 48%. That kind of seems right to me based on locations. If we weigh by population, then yeah, it should be a lot higher than that, I think. Anyway, what else can we pick up here? Do I have enough people? Have we recovered from the Black Death yet? Not quite. In some places, yes. In other places, no. So, kind of not really. Well, that's fine. We're still going to pick up maximum RGO size in rural. And then we also want tax efficiency. Yeah, we'll do that for now. And then in here... if you get maritime presence, that's cool. Pop promotion speed would be neat. What does this do? Okay. Yeah, we can't even build a big navy right now, and that's kind of the fault of me not building enough towns. So we are going to pick up formal city rights, because we might make a few more towns. What's primary culture? Still Catalonian. Basically, we call it Athenian now, but pretty much. Athenian, but in the Iberian group? Yeah. We just made a new culture. And that did actually kind of set us back a lot. Because our cultural influence is now very poor. Also, hello clergy. We're gonna do this again. If you hover your mouse over average control, it'll give you info on the pop-based control, but I might be wrong. Well, I mean, we tried that. For complacency, and then we go over to the estates, because we also have that here. Average control and country, we hover over this, and it doesn't really tell us much. Oh, right, you know what else I need to build? Oh, is it spelled the other way? Yeah, it is. Harbors. More harbor capacity would be nice. Right next to Crown Power. Oh, this one. I never even noticed that one. I don't know how, but... yeah, okay. Wait, we already have this? Wait a second. Wait a minute. That's already a feature. Average control of 47.33%, giving us reduced monthly research progress. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we do have a marriage union with Croatia. I forgot about that. That's neat. So who's going to be the heir? Oh, do you already have? Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. Right. That is the exact reason why I'm going to let you be in charge. Is because right now our succession laws are aligned. And if I change that, then it's cooked. What even is your succession law? I don't even know. I'm going to assume that it's the same as ours. Pragmatic primogeniture. Unfortunately, that means that the next queen is going to be very stupid. Which is not good. Didn't I already give the Vibrant Court out? Maybe I didn't do that, because the nobility have infinite power right now. Hey, what's a little bit more? What's a little bit more? Besides, I'm going to go ahead and use that for canonizing. Sure, let's just canonize this 11-year-old. Why not? Still not very much cultural influence. That's because we just have to keep on urbanizing, building libraries and universities and stuff like that. Speaking of which, library in here. What else do I want? I want a wharf. That's what I want. Wharf. I want a wharf and I want a dock. Yeah, it's just taken a lot longer than I thought it would. As it turns out, playing as a country that is an entirely different culture from where you are is actually very difficult. Or it slows you down a lot, at least. For some reason, not everybody wants to become Iberian Athenian. I can't imagine why. If more countries were Athenian, would that buff the cultural influence? Yes, but more so maybe. Like, we do have one country that is. They actually just... Oh. Okay, they're actually kind of cooked. Because I think they accepted Greek culture, and it is tanking their ability to project influence. But, yes. In theory. What's that other thing that I need for maritime presence? Coastal forts, that's what we want. We want more local maritime presence. 1,000 soldiers for a coastal fort? That's kind of crazy. Maybe I'll pick this up too, Rights of the Nobility. Ooh, curtailing them actually does sound pretty good. You think that if they ported EU4 along with mana points and mission trees to the new EU5 engine, it'd be a much better game? I mean, would that... Okay. It sort of bears asking, is that even a different game at that point? Like, is there a case for that? Like, is that even worth making? Because it's not like... It's not really like a new engine. It's kind of like the updated... It's the same engine. It's all the Clausewitz engine. It's all the same thing. They just kind of alter it for each game. It's like how Bethesda uses the creation engine for everything, or whatever it's called. Like, it's the same engine. It's not a new one. Notice you're using National Destinies in your last YouTube series, and the author just here to ask if you have any advice. That's cool. I think the Aztec buffs to their heavy and light infantry power are a little bit overtuned. I think giving, it's like 10% per age, right? I think that becomes a little too strong by the end of the game. By the end of the game, you're getting like 60% heavy infantry power, which is kind of a lot, and I don't know if any other country in the game actually gets that. I guess it's a nice little reward for, you know, you're playing the Aztecs and you make it to late game. But it is still a maybe a little bit too strong. Ottomans have joined a coalition. There's only like one other country that can even join the coalition. Do the Ottomans make money? Is it even worth fighting them? I feel like I've sort of cooked this run. 14 whole ducats. Okay, it's not even worth fighting them. Because I don't want to expand my Diplo capacity too much. Or I don't want to, like, increase my usage. I feel like I made too many subjects, but then also, if they were any larger, I wouldn't be able to integrate any of them. So, simultaneously, I feel like I've cooked this run, and also I feel like I'm playing the best I can. I don't know, it's a weird feeling. Every modifier is capped at 90% of the vanilla game modifiers. Yeah, but you get up to like 60% heavy infantry power increase. That doesn't hit the 90%, I don't think, but it's still like a lot. I really wish we had a parliament debate that was like, increase the integration of your subjects or something. That would be nice. We could try to bolster the government. The problem is that even if we could make it easier to revoke privileges, it would still be really expensive. Well, actually, because we have a multiplied cost of minus 30, let's call it 39, 40%. Actually, if we get another 20% on top of that, that brings it from roughly minus 40 to minus 60. Which is actually kind of like a 33% cost reduction, right? From what it is right now, which is 138. So, yeah, if we can do that, then that actually wouldn't be that bad. To see if we can revoke one nobility privilege, because they have way too much. Yeah, maybe I'll get rid of land rights. Land rights or fortification licenses. So we would really, really like to pass this. Oh, that's easy. Hopefully that holds up. It's only 1411, you have time to consolidate? I know. It's not like I'm doing poorly, it just feels like I'm doing a little worse than I would like to. I could have just waited. I feel a little bit stupid, but yeah, you guys can have that actually. Anything else for the capital? The royal court would be nice for the crown power, so we'll build that. A hospital for the capital wouldn't be a terrible idea either, because you never know. Also, am I crazy or like when I'm... Yeah, okay, when I'm zoomed in on EU5 for some reason, like, it seems like mostly the water kind of flickers a little bit. It's very subtle, but I'm noticing it and it's kind of driving me insane. I don't know if that even translates to the stream, but I'm noticing it. And then I zoom out. Well, when I zoom out, there are a few problems too. What if I'm looking over here? No problems. I look over here, kind of problems. It's very subtle. Maybe it doesn't show up on the stream, but it's kind of like, you know, when you're in a room with a, like, I don't know, like an overhead light or something, and you can tell that the frequency of the light is kind of off. Like, you can notice that the light itself is running at like a weird electrical frequency, and like it kind of hurts your brain a little bit. Save and reload the game. That might be the problem. Let me try that. Should go your crown tower more before moving privileges? I mean, we should. Oh, you mean quit to desktop? If it doesn't solve the problem, then maybe... Okay, it really didn't solve the problem. I'll just reload the game. Can't even imagine what that would be, though. It's such a weird issue to have. Since we have so much noble power, it's going to cost a lot, even if we did mitigate. Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like, you just have to rip the bandage off. We can't really get that much more crown power for a few reasons. One of those reasons is the nobility being too strong. Especially with the land rights, which disenfranchises the peasants, which means they get less money, and more money goes to the nobility, which further strengthens them. There was a question earlier that I didn't actually respond to, even though I read it. Do you have an opinion on mana points, by the way? I actually think it's partly because of them that EU4 turned out to be so engaging, and gaming while EU5 feels so messy. Okay, so mana points... Mana points are very effective and good at what they do in EU4. Conceptually, and this just might be based on my preferences. I mean, it is, obviously. But I, over time, have begun to like the more simulator aspects of different games. Like, you know, I would prefer to see Paradox games become like more simulator-esque, but that is kind of just my own opinion on it. And mana is like an abstraction that makes it difficult to do that very well. So it works really well with EU4, and the game does well for it. But I think it's something that we don't know, we don't really need to have moving forward. Like, I'm not a mana hater, or a mana glazer, I guess, but like it works well where it's implemented in EU4. But maybe isn't like the be-all end-all solution to our issues with trying to figure out the direction of new Paradox games. Also, it does look like we fixed the problem a little bit. I feel like what EU5 really needs is generally just like more direction, like more focus. More stuff for the player to be given as like goals and things to push for and to be rewarded for. Even if it does make the game a little bit more arcadey, I'm actually kind of fine with that. But only in small ways. Like I don't want to have like a mission that's like, for the next 20 years you get 2% global population growth for completing it. Like, that's a little too much maybe. But for some things, I think giving, you know, at least small bonuses here and there, small regional bonuses, maybe like temporary military bonuses, stuff like that. It doesn't have to be in a mission tree either. But just more focus. And they want to do that with the ambitions update that they mentioned at one point. Although I don't really know what their plan is for that. Could also just build buildings rather than flat bonuses, build buildings to help shape the region like it would have gone historically. That's kind of true. Yeah, you could do that too. I do like that there are so many unique buildings, unique advances. That's all very cool. I actually think that they should have as many advances as humanly possible. Because it is one of those places in EU5 where I think there's a lot of potential for specialization. Like EU4 had the idea groups, EU5 does not have those, but we do have the advances, which is kind of the closest we're going to get. Also, are we still building maritime? Help us that much. Okay, yeah. First of all, we need somebody for this navy. Second of all, I would much prefer if we actually just do this, maybe. How'd you get your name to stretch over your vassals? I actually don't know. What did I do for that? Subject use overlord name. That's what it is. Advances are a great form of content because each one has the opportunity cost. Yeah, exactly. It's a similar yet different thing, different concept when compared to idea groups from EU4, where picking one means that you're not picking other ones. So you really do have to choose. You only have like a limited number you can pick up in a run. Let's just do this too. Okay, do you still hate me? No, you don't. Nice. 1425. Let me think about that. That is still optimal. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Is that optimal? Yeah, that is. In fact, we should increase Diplo spending now. And then I think it's these guys over here need to become more Catalan. Or, sorry, more Athenian. Of course. I'm also not sure if this is in the game right now, but I think having a form of diplomatic catalyst, kind of the way that we have in Victoria 3, would be pretty cool. Like, maybe becoming strong really quickly acts as a diplomatic catalyst rather than a whole, like, trust thing. Or maybe it changes the AI's stance on you. Changes their opinion about you, but maybe not their actual outright trust. And by opinion, I don't mean like the outward opinion. I mean like their strategic opinion, their, what do they call that? Personality? Or disposition, that's what it is. Having them change their disposition towards you. We're gonna wait until we finish researching this. And then I think we're gonna make more towns. Actually, I should build a university here. Because you actually kind of do have people. What's special for the Latin Empire or different from the Byzantines? Well, for one, we're going to be a lot weaker. But we do have a couple of things. We get legitimacy, subject income, maritime trade advantage, discipline, tax efficiency, army maintenance efficiency, cultural influence, efficiency of the cabinet, army tradition, and diplo reputation. But before we form the Latin Empire, we're going to form Thessalonica. That was sort of like the main first goal. So we can also pick up these things, more tax efficiency. You can see all these. They are fairly decent. So we're going to pick this up and then form the Latin Empire. We're not going to form Greece because we'd have to swap to Greek and that's too expensive. Who is this? Yeah, that's fine. Only 2% of economic base in terms of payments is kind of annoying. Now that I think about it. I didn't even really think about this. I don't know why I... Like, my concept of how subjects pay you is entirely misaligned with how it actually works. In my mind, I'm like, oh, I'll create a subject because we have gold here, so they can collect the gold and then pay me those taxes. That's not how this game works. It doesn't matter how much money your subjects make. They're only going to pay you 2% of econ base no matter what. And 2% is really low, actually. Hold on, let me check something. Don't we have like a subjects pay you more button? Isn't that a thing? Subjects income? That's loyalty. Is there no income from subjects? I guess not. Is that like an age of discovery thing? Do we just not have that at all? There's no way to get more income from subjects? No, that can't be right. Subject income, that's what it is. Subject income. But is that a 5% on top of the 2%? Or is that 2% times 1.05? I have a feeling it's multiplicative, which makes it not very useful. You can't really can't really extort your subjects that well in this game. I wish I could be a little more tyrannical, you know what I mean? Still 112 to revoke? Oh, because it's a decaying modifier, shoot. Oh, I should have done this a long time ago. Uh-oh. I only get prestige and legitimacy from that. Never mind. Okay, we'll pick this up. I feel a little dumb now. But how else am I going to reduce the nobility's power? Like, what else can I even do for that? I could wait until we go to the rights of the nobility and then curtail them so that we can take more of their money, I guess. Their maximum tax is super low, but we could fix that. Problem is, though, if I ban them from the cabinet, who are we going to have in the cabinet? The clergy, maybe? Can I give you burger rights or something? Like, what do I even do here? Well, I could grant cabinet rights to the female crown members, I guess. That would work. It would just cost a lot. $20 legitimacy. Bruh. Who do I have in charge of these armies? Right, I actually cannot lead an army. I forgot about that. And our daughter also cannot lead an army. What if I remove you as general? And what if I remove you as general? Wait. Yeah, ours admiral. That should affect the crown power you have, maybe? Not really. Oh man, maybe I just bite the bullet on this. I try to push more towards communalism, maybe? Not really. Okay. We're just gonna bite the bullet on this. Yeah, this kind of sucks. Because even if I do curtail them... Well, how long do we have on this? Who knows? September 1415, okay. Curtail the nobility gives them minus 10% power. Maybe when I curtail the nobility and it does absolutely nothing? Okay, well... I guess we can still tax them more, which is something. Reduces their power, which is something. Blocks them from cabinet, that's also something. They're going to revolt. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay, we're gonna use the whole blocking them from joining the cabinet thing. What we're gonna do is, we're gonna have this finish, right? We're gonna implement curtail the nobility. We're gonna tax them more, which hopefully reduces their power a little bit. We're gonna kick them out of the cabinet. That'll reduce their power. Not by much, I don't think. Yeah, by like 20%, that's nothing. Current wealth doesn't even change that much, so taxing them a lot doesn't do anything either. You know what? I'm gonna save, but I have just enough hubris to stare the nobility down and tell them you're getting rid of your land rights, or I'm getting rid of your land rights. Yeah, no more land rights for you. You want to be angry? That's fine. You can go ahead and be angry. You can hire courtier to hire clergy and burghers. I actually forgot this button existed. How bad is that? It's actually not bad at all. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, so the nobility are not particularly happy. But that's okay. They'll be fine. Yeah, they do have a lot of support, but it's one of those situations where if we just wait for the nobility, if we wait for them to lose power, we're gonna wait forever. So I'd much rather just deal with them right now. They're only really gonna rise up in here, I think. Maybe. Oh, what was that? It's a word they have started against Austria. Okay, I don't really care. We'll accept. You're forming Thessalonica, son? Ideally. In practice, who knows? Who could say? Can't I make the nobility happy? Oh yeah, right, I already did that. Monthly prestige wouldn't even be that bad, actually. Could be useful. What I want next is probably... I don't even know, actually. Local council, maybe? You know, it's kind of odd, actually, as, and I kind of understand why they did this, but also not really. When you do local council, or when you make these, you can build them in towns and cities. You know where you can't build them? Megalopolis. You can't build them in any megalopolises. Unless they're just counted as cities. You know what, maybe they are, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, they probably do count. Never mind. We'll go ahead and pick that up. Except I lied because there's nowhere good to put one. Maybe right now the best thing we could do is... one counting house in the capital, perhaps. Or, you know what, we could probably make guns. We could probably make a lot of money off of guns and cannons. We'll do that. Megalopolis is supposed to be the capital. It is, but a few of them exist at the start of the game. Like, reasonably many countries are going to take over Constantinople, right? But I also think you can just build one there anyway, so... I think I'm actually just wrong about that. Rights of the nobility, we want to curtail them so we can tax them more, and reduce their power, and etc, etc. Now, it's going to take a while before we can tax them more, because they aren't very happy. But we're kind of fixing that. A little bit. Actually, I thought you were going to get kicked out of the cabinet. We are not implementing this for some reason. Oh, I think it starts at 10% and then it... like the taking value starts at 0, but the actual implementation starts at 10%. It makes more sense. Okay, I really thought this would kick you out. But I don't really want to tank my stability any further right now, so... Are you on aristocracy? I mean, we can't really not be on aristocracy. We have a lot of it. Well, I could change away from the central council, I suppose. And maybe there's a better thing other than autocracy. Oh, we could just get the papal backing to retake Constantinople again. Let's go! Royal decree is actually not a bad one for us. Because I'm realizing we do actually want to centralize. The annexation speed reduction is kind of crippling. We could probably embellish a few works of art. Just a couple for that centralization. Well, maybe not yet. I don't want to lose legitimacy because I'll end up taking out loans. Okay, all my subjects like me, that's good. Let's see if we can get other countries to like me a little bit. You can make as many metropolises as you want if you try hard enough. That is true. Just one megalopolis in Constantinople, move the capital over to one tile. Make another megalopolis, move it over, another megalopolis. Oh, and of course, is that a sickly grandchild? That's fantastic. You're actually ambitious. You know what? You're gonna get admin education. Oh, except that you are gonna end up inheriting the throne. Of course you would. Of course, like, we need to make sure that whoever inherits the throne has the worst possible stats out of all of the kids of the current ruler. It seems consistent. Every single time. So we're going to have her in charge. She's gonna suck at her job. And then guess what? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Because this kid is also gonna have minus 0.33 ability increase during his education. We're gonna have the next 100 years of incompetent rule. There's really not anything that I want here. That kind of sucks. We'll just sponsor the noble arts. That's fine. It'll make the nobility happy at least. We love entrenching further into aristocracy. Oh well. I mean, it can go away. The sickly trait? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. It could go away. That is true. I suppose you are right. In a sense. I actually would like to swap towards naval at this point. Maybe. And then we don't have any more noble issues. We love the Maltese Patriots. Well, rest in peace my economy, but what we're gonna do is grant parliament rights to the Crown Princess's sister. Wish I could make you the ruler, but oh well. We will at some point. Well, not her, but we will make it a little easier at some point. For now, though, you are going to be given cabinet rights. We love 20 legitimacy hit for that one. That's fantastic. You're actually going to be head of the cabinet as well. And then we can go over here. We can canonize the legitimacy. We'll just like max that out, I guess. Well, maybe not max that out. That's a bit much. There we go, it's some crown power. Convert the Maltese? I don't even think we could. Why are you unhappy? They're not even that upset, to be honest. Like, if we just improved the opinion of the commoners by taxing them a little bit less, I think they would be fine. Like, if we just do this. Let's see if I can shift power a little bit more towards the burghers as well. And then I'm sure we can make money off of guns, right? No, apparently not. Okay, never mind. Silk, that's a big one. Dyes. We need more money for that. Okay, another artist. Very nice. So I've just noticed we have almost 40% of the population is laborers. Interesting. Seems pretty high in my opinion, but to be fair, some of those laborers are actually just working in the fields. But yeah, I don't know if, like, people mention that it's kind of like a pop growth thing, that the pop growth in this patch isn't very high. I haven't played like a full campaign in this update to know whether or not the pop growth is actually kind of cooked. But it would make sense with the way that the buildings are made in EU5, that if the pop growth is low, then you're going to have maybe a few too many laborers. Like, it's a little too easy to de-peasant your population in EU5, I think. If you form the Latin Empire, will you still be this cool blue? I don't think so. I think the map color is gold, maybe? The pop growth is both the highest and lowest in EU5 history. I believe that. Like, the latent population growth itself being pretty high, but the actual effects from diseases and other things causing the population to get cold a lot more as well. Speaking of which, we could actually form the Latin Empire. We're not going to do that yet, because we do want the bonuses from Thessalonica. Which requires us to integrate a lot of stuff. Okay, since the nobility aren't really that upset, I'm just gonna tax them more. Screw them. Might even tax them more. I don't even care. Might even tax them more. How about that? 3 more years on this annexation. Do you guys still hate me? Kind of. It's not that bad, though. Also looking forward to more subject interactions, because we really don't have that many. Oh, also, I would like to see more UI changes, especially for subjects. I think pretty much anything that you could reasonably do through the EU4 macro builder or whatever for the subjects, you should be able to also do in EU5. Also, the ability to select locations en masse and then transfer all of them to your subject at once. That would be cool. I just implemented some stacking checks for the same modifiers to get rid of the Aztec, like, infantry problems. Okay, perfect. Yeah, otherwise, it is pretty solid mod as far as adding a bunch of stuff for formables. I think in particular because they really want to just flood the game with innovations, or I'm forgetting their actual name. But you know, since they want to add so many unique ones, I think it doesn't hurt to have mods that can add a bunch of extra things early. I think they're doing the same thing with bureaucracies, where they want every country to have access to them. In my personal opinion, I think that bureaucracies, like global ones, probably should and maybe could have been added at the same time as the Byzantine ones. To me, it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to come up with like some generic bureaucracies, but maybe they wanted to make sure that they could get balanced correctly first. I don't know. Because I don't think countries have bureaucracies right now, generically speaking. Like, we do have this. But is anybody other than Byzantium going to pick this up right now? I don't think so. Alright, for this town, I should give you something. Maybe I shouldn't give you something. Never mind. I'll wait until we have the better town rights. We have Orthodox zealots? Didn't even realize we still have Orthodox pops. Okay, why are you upset? Because you're part of the nobility, and I have tanked the nobility's happiness. Reasonable. Okay, I'll tax you less now. There you go. Let's see, can I make anybody else Athenian? No. 5 more years. Can I make anybody... Can I change religions on anybody? Yes, okay. We will make you Catholic, that's cool. Would have bought the DLC if bureaucracies were game-wide. I feel like that's something that they simply should not make into a DLC, though. Or not put into the DLC. I think it's good that they are making generic bureaucracies part of the base game without having to pay for them. Because, personally speaking, when it comes to, like, what I would call necessary or, like, baseline mechanics in the game, I think that they shouldn't be behind a paywall. It's one of those things that, like, especially in the, I guess, like, the earlier years of EU4 was a little irksome. Is that a lot of things that were kind of, you know, really important base game mechanics were locked behind DLCs. Stuff like automatic exploration being locked behind DLC is just kind of like, okay. I don't know why we're doing this. I think also support for independence, asking another country to support your independence as a vassal, was also locked behind DLC. I don't think it is anymore, but that was kind of weird. What does power projection actually do other than the exploration CB? Having the ability to build trade offices, slave centers, and missions, and other buildings in other locations. Okay. The higher our power projection is, the quicker our colonial charters can take control over locations. Having higher power projection than another country also reduces the stability cost of declaring war upon them. Okay, well... Okay. How about we get another possible artist, because that's going to be useful. We kind of want to just pump out artwork, I think. And cultural investment is useful for that. Kind of expensive. Well, it's not that bad. I'm pretty sure it does more than this. If you invest in culture, it also increases the artist ability, right? Maybe it doesn't. But I feel like it does. Culture, wait, hold on. Culture investment. Monthly change increase of... Oh, this is for prestige, maybe. Right, okay. Doesn't it increase the baseline? Maybe it doesn't. Just having high prestige does that. Yes, but only new ones. Investing pays the artists and they'll work harder. They'll work. I figured they would work otherwise, right? Like they'll still... I think they'll still work. Free to hire, commission artwork. You know what? Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Do that. Because I'm thinking, sure, our cultural influence doesn't go up that much. But if we can just keep on making new pieces of artwork that keep on stacking it anyway, then I think it should be fine. Maybe. If you have no investment, their progress never increases. Really? Does it mention that? Money is spent on artists so that they can create better works of art. Maybe you're right about that. The money is whatever. I'd actually love to pick up more legitimacy. Might show it on the work itself. %3 done. The work of art progress depends on the level of cost of court. What? The progress depends on the level of the cost of court. Like if I do this? I'm so confused. I don't know how this game works. Maybe that's an antiquated tooltip. Maybe it doesn't work like that anymore. It does seem to have an effect. A little bit. It seemed to be working faster. Oh, you just stopped working. Why? Unless you're a new guy. I paid this guy like 60 gold to make a painting for me, and either he dipped or he stopped making it. I don't remember if this is the same guy. I don't know. Anyway, the whole artwork system is very opaque to me. I don't understand it. Naples, where did the Pope go? What did you do to the Pope? It's cooked. I feel like everybody should be trying to kill Naples right now. I feel like we should try to kill Naples right now. We're gonna throw our weight behind the Papal States. I don't think it's working. You know what, actually, let's do a show unity of faith in this province. I should convert the Orthodox pops faster. Much faster. Difficult to understand. Sorry, I had to cough. Difficult to understand, expensive to manipulate, for very little return. That's pretty true. But we do need the return. Unfortunately, ferocity is very important. So we actually do have to sink money into it. And yeah, that cabinet member trait absolutely sucks. Who is it? Okay, you're actually chill. Is it you? Not you. Is it you? Please don't be you. Oh my god, of course. Of course! Of course it's gonna be the head of the cabinet! Who I can't fire because she's the head of the cabinet, and I made her the head of the cabinet because she is in the crown estate. And I did that so we could get more crown power. So she becomes corrupt. That's amazing. That is fantastic. Minus 20%. Pause. What are we getting the minus 20% from corrupt for? We have one on corrupt? No, don't tell me. Don't tell me corrupt is applying twice because you're the prime minister. Cabinet trait impact plus 100%. Crippling level of corruption. That's crazy. Nah, there's no way. Minus 20% tax efficiency. And I can't do anything about it. There's nothing I can do. She is locked in as the head of the cabinet until she dies. And she's 27 years old. So we're gonna have, like, for at least the next 20, 25 years, we're just gonna have to live with minus 20% tax efficiency. Genuinely crippling. But hey, it makes the game more difficult. That's what we need, I guess, right? Is there a tax efficiency thing anywhere around here by any chance? Oh, I already picked it up. Never mind. You help your cabinet. You help your cabinet head fall on a knife 15 times? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way to kill her. Oh, maybe. Maybe. She could be executed. I mean, embezzling a solid fifth of the wealth in this country is a pretty big crime. I can't believe I give her a position of power and immediately she uses it to become the most corrupt person on the entire planet. Most corrupt people, they'll take like 10% of the tax base. But this is opulence. This is beyond biblical greed. This is excommunication levels of greed. Yeah, corrupt taxman. I wonder who that might be referring to. I wonder. I think it's actually cheaper to lose the money. Speaking of money, hi Hungary, can I grovel? Can I beg for money? I don't think so. So if I get my stability to like, I think it has to be above 0, then I might be able to execute her. Which I think would be very reasonable. I can't banish her though, which is kind of weird. Okay, we're gonna annex you as well. And then we'll be able to finish off this annexation. That's beautiful, because we get gold. At least some of the gold. We'll probably put a bailiff in here just so we can get max control. Because otherwise, we are not going to get that much of the gold. Yeah, that's not very good control. How are we doing on maritime presence? Really poorly, actually. We're doing way worse than I thought we'd be doing by now. Also, look at all that money. Isn't that beautiful? Did I ever end up picking up the... No, I didn't. Never mind. Okay, we do still want maybe the... protected harbor in here? Because I'm kind of assuming what I'm going to do for proximity here is it's going to be by sea. It's going to go across here. Well, ideally it moves here. No, never mind. Yeah, it goes across here, and then up into here. So we do actually want the protected harbor for the harbor capacity. And then it'll go from here to here, probably. But with the money that we have right now, and the fact that we can get more sailors, because we want a dock and we want a wharf. We have a wharf, nice. We're going to use this to build more caravels. Maybe we'll get a few more. Well, no, 10 is probably going to eat up all of my sailor maintenance. Siege land is also an option, that is true. We can slowly chip away at our territories of our subjects. I think we're going to be able to move a lot faster now, though, after annexing this stuff. So what else do we need for Thessalonica? We need 10 locations. We are about to integrate another, I think, 5? 6? So we need 4 more, which we could get from this guy. And how long would that take? A long time. What if I change your culture? Can't do that. Okay. What if I just spend some time annexing a different subject? 1452. Well, that doesn't seem right. What about you? 1472. Well, that doesn't seem right. What about... What about you? 65. 52. Let me just take a peek at this. So this is taking a while because you're not actually getting the bonus from me being a large country. And in fact, because we're annexing 2 countries now, it will never get annexed. Right, so that's a problem. Maybe I do just seize land. Also, Orthodox Zealots. Right, that makes sense. You guys are upset because the nobility are slightly upset. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna start stealing locations, I think. I'm gonna take that. 30 Liberty Desire? I don't really care that much. It'll take too long for navals, we'll get back to that. We'll just integrate this. I do want coastal forts, so we're gonna go for that. We'll have like a minor rebellion over here. It's not a big deal. Let's maybe not have infinite minting issues. Oh, an earthquake. That's lovely. So where is this? Right on the golds. Of course it would be on the gold. Why would we have it anywhere else? Why would we want to have this anywhere else? Okay, that is amazing. I think it's also going to affect Thessaloniki, which is not great. So we're going to go ahead and spend some money. Actually, no, screw, I'm not going to spend money. No, maybe I should spend money. Only because we're going to lose a lot of buildings that'll probably cost more than that amount of money to rebuild. At least the bailiff wasn't done yet. In before the Prime Minister caused the earthquake, I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest. You know, we actually do make a decent amount of money off of trade. Before the sound tolls, it's like 3 ducats. And what am I spending on marketplaces? Like 1 ducat? 1 ducat plus change? Probably not a bad investment. Especially like over here. Oh right, minor rebel uprising. So minor that it's gonna tank the prosperity for the next like 10 years. Oh, it's only 5 years. That's actually not that bad. So I'm sure these guys still don't like me, but... Ooh, this is valuable. Maybe I put a bailiff here. Maybe. The thing is, I'm going to take on so much territory that even when I do form Thessalonica and then the Latin Empire, I'm going to have no control over anything, and that's going to suck a little bit. We might as well claim a little bit of control back. This actually... Hold on, is that not going to be a core? No, it will be a core, okay. Now what can we do here? A census, I guess. Yeah, this would be nice actually. If we pass this census, we can get some stability off of it too. I don't know how to play this game. Should your income not be much higher? The income is not actually doing too bad. If you mean like this income, that's what happens when you spend money on things. Right now we're spending on Diplo so that we can annex stuff so that we can make more money faster. I'm also just going to take that. Actually, comparatively speaking, our income is just below Poland and Hungary. Could be better, could be worse. We are playing a very tough situation, because we can't really integrate this stuff that we've taken very easily. Even this stuff is going to take like 10 years to integrate 2 little locations. I think at this point we could diplo-annex this guy and it wouldn't take too long. Because I have taken his territory. 1435. Problem is, I think we're going to end up with a... Actually, will we? I don't think so. If we do this... because they're much smaller... Okay, it's not great. We are kind of getting just like the regular annexation amount. Oh shoot, I failed the census like an idiot. When was the last save? I got distracted. That was too long ago. Okay, I actually don't care that much. It would have been nice, but oh well. So, we're only getting like the default annexation speed, which isn't great. It's still going to take 20 years on paper. But I'm just going to keep stealing this guy's land, I think. $20 years on paper until I steal one of his locations. And then it'll be less. What is your liberty desire? Ooh, it's pretty high, actually. Okay, we'll wait a little bit, and then we'll steal more stuff. No, not my artist. We can handle a little criticism. The Treasury is not a fan of that criticism, though. Yeah, I can build guns, but I don't think they'd make me that much right now. I mean, maybe. I'll build one in the capital. Oh, so of course our head of the cabinet has a daughter who is intelligent, or a prodigy. Of course, of course. So she has a daughter who's a prodigy. Good for you. Meanwhile, the actual crown princess is dumb, like super dumb. But at least her daughter isn't that stupid, which is good. But yeah, very quickly we're going to end up at a point where this is going to be like a 6-year-old that will actually be more competent than the crown princess. Oh, and you can see we're finally chipping away at the modifier here. No longer minus 50%, only minus 43, but that actually means something in this case. Right, and then you... I'm gonna increase control here. We should now be able to enforce culture on a subject. Trying to think which one I want to go with. Probably this one here, because let me just run a check on the numbers here. For Thessalonica, we need another 8 locations. We're going to pick up, I think it's 6 here. Yeah, 6 from here. And then we can pick up at least... Like, we could try and steal the last 2. Maybe what we'll do is we'll steal 1 from Lower Macedonia. Maybe I'll steal... Oh, I can't because that's the capital. Well, we can steal something other than the capital. We can take, like, this island, maybe. That counts. So... 6 locations, then 1, then 2. So we don't actually need to integrate these that much. Yeah, we'll go and swap this guy. Because he's close enough to the actual capital. However, we do want to move the capital to Constantinople. So maybe we're actually going to annex this guy next. Because there's a lot of money in this iron. So maybe that's the move. This would be a good city for a governor. We don't have any right now, but at some point... Okay, nice. It would be really cool if she could actually be a commander in this case, but... Alright. More smallpox. That's cool. We do like smallpox. Is she going for naval? Why not a navy gov? Well, at some point, once we annex this guy, we won't actually be allowed to have a naval governor. At least I don't think so. I don't know if this counts as a connection. Maybe we could, in theory, put a naval governor there. But if this ever gets connected by roads, then it's cooked. Let's go. We love smallpox. More disease, please. I'm not paying you all that, actually. That's too bad. How do we even have noble insurgents? Oh, right. That actually makes sense. Well, let's make the problem worse, actually. I also think we don't really need a naval governor here because... Well, I mean, we just can't make one to start with. To get a naval governor, don't you need to have the naval administration? Isn't that necessary? The harbor administration? And for that we need 50 towards naval. And to get 50 towards naval, we did build a pretty big navy, that's true. But we need to get rid of, like, fortification licenses. We should also probably hand out, like, noble navy at some point. But not right now, because they have too much power. Oh, you mean why not a navy government reform? Or, yeah, never mind. I get what you mean. Yeah, we definitely do want to go naval. For, I think for the most part. I don't know if it's, like, strictly forever we want to be naval. Depends on if we're going to focus on the Mediterranean or, like, spread into the east. I think that's going to make the big difference here. A lot of good options here. I do like rushing research. These, we can solve these with money. It's not that big of a deal. I would like to take the research, actually. I don't know how long you plan to play this game. We'll probably play it until... Well, it depends on how the beta's looking. If the beta pretty much crashes my... or ruins my run, then, you know, we'll just play something new. But I don't think that's at least until tomorrow. At this point, I don't think they're releasing the beta today. How much of your economy do you auto? Pretty much none of it. I like to have a lot of control over my economy. Personally deciding what to build and where. But like in the super late game, I sometimes delegate the economy, but honestly, I just spam click. I just hold down shift. Like, oh, we can build, I don't know, I have like, oh, 10,000 ducats and I can make a lot of money by building steel or something. Okay, I'm just gonna shift click that. What do you recommend for early game in smaller countries? You basically have to be the one to make those decisions. Like the economic decisions. I wouldn't automate anything other than trade as a small country, personally. And production methods. Okay, so trade production methods, those two are important to automate, because you don't want to go around and have to manually swap the production methods. It's really annoying. So let the game handle that for you. Trade as well, I would say the same thing. You don't really want to have to go around and each month check month to month, like, oh, what's the most profitable to import? We don't really want to do that. At least I don't. Even if it's more optimal in a sense to manually figure out what you're importing and exporting, I just can't be bothered. But for buildings and RGOs, I just decide that myself. Generals and admirals, maybe. I only say maybe because I don't know what the prioritization is on that. So I would like my navies and armies at the start of the game to be commanded by members of the Crown Estate. And then later in the game, it doesn't matter as much. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and, I think, steal one more little location here, maybe. Just a little one. 34 Liberty Desire? Just a little one. I think they might accidentally break this. Or I might have accidentally broken this. Maybe not. Anyway, let's increase control over here. We're still feudalism maxing, unfortunately. Let's see, this is going to take another 3 years. That's fine. Probably. It's going to take another 3 years on this, and then we're going to take one location from our subject over here in Lower Macedonia. We're going to take this one island. And then we should be able to form Thessalonica, and then the Latin Empire immediately afterwards. I'm doing all this for like 3% tax efficiency too. Like, these buffs aren't even that good. 3% tax efficiency and, I don't know, 10% heavy infantry power. Which actually is pretty good. Actually, do we export silk? Is that a big thing that we do? What do we export? We have so many fish. We actually do need masonry. Do I not produce any masonry in this market at all? No, we do. Okay, never mind. Yeah, of course we do. What am I saying? Okay, so what do we export? Sort by exports. We export tools, really? That's a big thing for us. We export saffron, we export silk. Okay, you know what? Because we make so much fine cloth, I would really like to export more of this, actually. So, I would like to build more marketplaces. Even in the capital is kind of fine. Oh, maybe not over here. No, that is part of the Athens market, okay. Even in the capital is fine. Over time, I've sort of shifted my position on this, because at the start I would say, I'm not really going to build marketplaces in the capital. Why would I do that? Why would I want to do that? Because, you know, it's not going to increase the market access. But then, upon reflection, I think the burger trade capacity is actually really good. Like, this modifier is actually pretty solid. Because if the estates can trade for you, thus improving the prices of your own goods, then it means that you can get more tax out of the locations because they can be more profitable and thus give you more money. And then also you can tax the trade, I'm pretty sure. Maybe you can't actually. Maybe I lied. Did you rig and draw your model yourself? No, I did not. I am very bad at drawing, and I don't know how to rig anything. For the most part. I did do a little bit of 3D modeling back in university. Like one game development project. But no, I have the same artist and rigger for the model. They have a Patreon, not a Patreon. What's that other website called? I haven't used it in so long. Fiverr. They have a Fiverr profile. They are a Fiverr artist. / team. It might be a team of people, actually. VGen? No, but for my next model I might go on VGen. Or I might actually be looking to reach out personally to people to see if they would take on projects. Actually do want provincial governors. But yeah, I've been thinking it's been like a solid couple of years with this one model. I should probably get a second one. Well, a third one actually. I do have a second one. The thing is, I feel like I just got a good deal for this one. I don't know. I like it a lot. You know what? I'm gonna seize your territory too. Yoink. The second hidden one? It's not really hidden, I just haven't used it in a while. Hold on. There we go. It's not hidden or anything, I just don't use it that much. Halfway through the stream, VOD watchers are gonna be confused as hell. Halfway through the words. Halfway through the stream, we just get a complete change in model. Kobold model. Maybe one day. This one was drawn by Loris from the Chapel comics. You've probably seen his comics around before. Also very talented and dedicated Minecraft builder. He is absolutely locked in on the Minecraft server at all times. Okay, we are going to do this too. Now, what do you guys think? This becomes the new main model. It is pretty peak. And then I can also do... I can do this with it. Let's go. Here, instead of increasing control, you're just going to integrate that other place for me. Aha, nothing you can do about it now. Absenteeism? It already passed. That's too bad. I will actually take that money though. You suddenly now sound way more menacing. That's right, chat. You don't fall in line, that's what the halberd's for. Okay, maybe I can be nicer to the nobility by a little bit. They're getting a little bit upset. You know, maybe if we're lucky... If we're lucky, then our ruler just lives to the age of like 80, and then maybe the crown princess just dies. Maybe she just dies at the age of like 40 or something. Yeah, we'll take that. How is this still going on? The Western Schism. It's been like 80 years. Hey, Naples, pay me. Thank you. How is this not done yet? What are the end conditions? Either the Papal States is gone, or they have no cardinals, or one side has held 2 councils, but they've only held 1 council so far. Okay. Well, Catholicism seems a little bit cooked. It's a little bit over. Alright. This guy is annexed. We can form Thessalonica. I'm gonna save just in case this messes up somehow, but I feel like it won't. Probably. I am a little bit afraid of my events disappearing, but I don't think there are any left for us. Yeah, there's just secession in Epirus, and that's irrelevant at this point. So it doesn't really matter. We're gonna swap to Thessalonica. Isn't that just a beautiful map color? Isn't that great? Anyway, we're gonna move on to forming the Latin Empire. Just in case though, I'm gonna see if we get our tax thing. Yeah, we do. Okay, perfect. Gonna double check that. Interesting how it only costs 1. Oh, unique for countries, only 5 cost. Interesting. What do you know? Ideally, it should say available for, you know, is or was playing Thessalonica, but whatever. We're gonna form the Latin Empire. Not exactly the map color I expected, but it's not that bad. The Latin Constantinopolitan Empire. That is certainly a list of words. Okay, so we do still, in theory, get our... Yes, we get our buffs from Thessalonica. Perfect. And then we should also get our buffs from the Latin Empire. Over here, the monthly legitimacy. That's really useful. Very nice. It would be kind of cool if we could also have a lens mode for this UI, where you click a button and it's like, oh, historical ones are highlighted and everything else is turned off. Money's not even real, actually.
That's kind of gross.
Yeah. Both of the map colors are not great, but I don't actually mind this one as much as the green. The green was a little bit too much, but this one's not too bad. Let's see, who else should we rival? Not Bulgaria, they're no threat to us. Probably Tunis. Maybe the Aretinids. Go with the Aretinids. But also, as an empire, we have increased diplomatic capacity. And what else do we get? I think we get increased... Oh, maybe not. I thought we got increased cultural capacity, but it doesn't seem like that happened. Or maybe it did, but... Why is that more expensive than it used to be? Oh, we're accepting Catalan culture. I didn't even realize that. Well, I mean, there are basically no Catalans left. I'm just going to remove that. That's really expensive for no reason. I was there the entire time, I think, actually. Oops. Well, we're going to assimilate all the Catalans into the new Athenian culture, so that's fine. Okay, so that actually is kind of fixed. Very nice. Do we move the capital to Constantinople? Is that what happens, or do we not get to do that for free? Let's go check our events. Oh, we need titular rulers of the Latin Empire. It has not happened yet, 100% monthly chance. How do we get this? We're gonna get restored rule of the Latins, which is, whoa, that's really powerful. Reintegrate province cabinet action. Can create Latin reconquest CBs. Goaded? Yeah, we lost the papal backing a while ago, which is good. Reintegration of the Latin Constantinopolitan Empire. So, can I go over here and just... Is there like a button for that? Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's only for some locations. I think you need to move the capital when you first conquer Constantinople if you want it for free. Oh, okay. So we can still pick it up, it's just not for free. That's fine. Or perhaps not. Yeah, we're gonna get a couple of things here, I think. Also, do I get the Paranoia system? Do I basically just become Byzantium, maybe? Yeah, we do have an empty cabinet slot. I guess you can go do... something. We'll get you back on... Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah, you actually can do that for me. Thank you. Okay, we can't reintegrate Upper Macedonia. That makes sense. Lower Macedonia, yes. Because it's within the claims. Let's just see what happens, because we're going to get a bunch of events. Probably. Great power status. It's funny that it says actually the rest of the world shall tremble at the sound of our might, and the glory of Constantinople shall soar above the horizons far and wide. But that's not even the capital. So I don't know how they actually... I don't know where they got this from. Maybe it's just the largest city. Maybe that's why. Anyway. You still don't like me? That's fair. But by how much? It's not that bad. Okay. Serbia alliance? Hell no. Your country's name is technically just Constantinople? That can't be right. Oh, maybe that is right. We should get more events than this, though. No? No more events? Oh, you know what? We actually did kind of have a similar event to this. Yeah. If you don't have the government reform, then you actually do get to take the top option. I think this is a very... I think this is a specific Constantinople thing, maybe, or like a Byzantine thing. I think this is something that happens if you lose Constantinople as Byzantium. Maybe. Maybe I'm crazy. Because this shield does look more like the Latin Empire, so maybe not. I have no idea. Okay, this is a 12% monthly chance. 8% chance. 18% chance, okay. Yo, we actually have a lot of events for the Latin Empire. Like, we can form new bureaucracies? Like, we actually get stuff for the Latin Empire? It's not technically just a reskin of Byzantium? That's crazy. Okay, so what counts as the claims of the Latin Empire? "133 total locations, including northern Greece and Morea." Let me zoom out for this. Okay, so it's cooked. We can only fight Venice over this. Also, maritime presence doing not too poorly. Still have a lot of things to fix here, but it's not that bad. I hate how everything just gets granary rights. Could we maybe not have granary rights? Could give it staple port. Yeah, sure, why not? Also use a coastal fort, maybe? One around the capital. Do we have a protected harbor in here? No, but we should. You have staple port? Yes, you do. Okay. And then you should also get a coastal fort. How's the Orthodox expulsion going? We're not expelling. We wouldn't do that. These are good Christian subjects of the Latin Constantinopolitan Empire. They don't need to be expelled. They simply need to... They just need guidance, I think. Oh, okay. Let's actually do this first. So, hold on. Implement a Catalan-inspired bureaucracy. Hold up. Is this peak? We have a unique option for being Catalan culture. Huge. Okay, form a new distinct Athenian bureaucracy. Max control, monthly control, speed of integration, legislative efficiency, and change policy cost reduction for 25 years. Crusader-inspired bureaucracy. A lot more conversion going on. War score versus other religions. Tolerance of the true faith. Legislative efficiency. Speed of integration. Okay, that's cool. Byzantine bureaucracy. Not usually something you would hear in like a positive light. Byzantine bureaucracies. Not usually considered a good thing. But we get education of heirs, which is actually useful. Cultural influences, it's alright, I guess, because it kind of falls behind very quickly. Expected cost of court reduction. Monthly legitimacy is pretty good for 25 years. Yeah, I might take the bottom one, though. Because the bottom one is 10% tax efficiency. That is pretty good. The speed of integration, the max control. Might actually like the max control more than I like the The tax efficiency. Well, maybe that's not true. These are all fairly decent options, actually. I don't hate any of these. Monthly legitimacy would reduce the cost of court, which saves us some money. I think the tax efficiency might just be the most important thing, though. Yeah, we'll take that. Catalan-inspired bureaucracy, that's peak. Speaking of tax efficiency, yoink. Also subject income, that's useful. You might as well pick up all of the unique stuff, because it's pretty much free. Like, this stuff is 5.75 research progress. This is all pretty much free. Just reading the lore here. Oh yeah. Boniface, or Boniface, maybe? Because I think he's Italian. I don't know Italian. Anyway, of Montferrat, crowned king of Thessalonica in 1204. What do you know? Nice. Look at that. Now we're making some money. Real, actual money. Yeah, that multiplication kind of sucks. Just taking a look at this. That is not very much. Well, anyway. Wait until the head of cabinet goes away? True. Maybe I spend more on stability so that we can just execute her. $1442. It kind of seems like it takes longer than it should. Although, maybe not. What about you guys? 1440. Well, I do want to move the capital back to Constantinople. So we do need to integrate these guys, that we have actual money here. But yeah, she needs to die, actually. You can join an order of chivalry? You're allowed to do that? Okay. That's cool. The peasants are revolting. Well, that's not very nice to say. Okay, I think we should invade Serbia. I think that would be cool. But for us to do that, I think we have an event, right? There's that one too. Where is it? Right, that's gone at this point. The greater claims of the Latin Constantinopolitan Empire. 12% monthly chance. Presumably we get, I don't know, something to do with Serbia. What do you know? We get an annex CB. That's crazy. Huh. What do you know? A whole annex CB against Serbia and Bulgaria. It's crazy how that works. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Also, another government reform. I wouldn't mind royal decrees so much. Well, the extra 10% isn't going to do too much for us. I think we already have plus 65% crown power. So another plus 10% doesn't do that much. Yeah, I don't think so. Although I do like the centralization. Well, the next age is coming soon. Another 8 years. What do we get in the next age? This one's decent. That one is good, but I think it requires... No, never mind. I'm thinking of something different. Okay, you know what? For now, we will just pick up... We'll just pick up the centralization, I think. Probably. Alright, and then we're going to invade Serbia, I think. That is the plan, and we're going to call Hungary in. It's very important that we do that. Hungary will try and take stuff, which is not good, but it is tolerable. We do have another cabinet spot now. Guess we can make that faster. Can you form Spain? Good question. I think we are too high of a tier of country. Yeah, we're already at tier 3 formable. And I think Spain is not. Or rather, I think Spain is a tier 3. I don't actually know. I think they are, though. Alright, Hungary, please join this war, thank you. Because we're going to go to war with Bulgaria, who is allied to Hungary, but we're going to weaponize the fact that Hungary is already in a war alongside me. so they can't really do anything about that. Also, are you guys still in a coalition? That's kind of funny. So I'm going to rely on Hungary to deal with Serbia for me. Even if they do try to take stuff, it's fine. What else do we want here? We definitely want recruitment law. Plated Knights is fine, I guess. Armories, men-at-arms. We should probably modernize the army at this point. I haven't really been doing any fighting, so I'm like, it's not a big deal. But actually, maybe I should do something about that. Actually, before that, we'll do this. Then maybe that. This way. Yeah, they have a few thousand professional. But if it ever becomes an issue, I'll just hire mercenaries. Actually, I could hire those right now. One crossbowman and... yeah, I guess one handgunners. We'll hire those like... well, hold on. Maybe for 36. Nah, I figure it won't take that long. Let's go with like 30. Okay, now we declare war against Bulgaria. With the Annex CB, we have levies raised. I am stupid. Forgot about that. We simultaneously have the levies raised and not raised. We're off to a good start. Okay, let's see if we can right-click disband levies from this unit. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do this. Still have levies raised. I ask you, where? Where do I have levies raised? Are the levies in the room with us right now? Let me declare war. There are no levies. It is not that big of a deal. Let me fight. Let me fight you. What is wrong with this game? What is wrong with this campaign? Maybe I have to give it a month. There are no levies raised. We can literally see that. No levies in progress. None raised. All disbanded. Okay, now we're good. Whoa, not that button. Oops. Is that Croatia? Is that literally my queen's husband? Bro. Not cool, man. That's a lot of mercenaries, now that I think about it. Now that I stop to consider. That is a lot of mercenaries. We'll appease the nobility so we can tax them more. We'll see how this goes. I mean, the game said we'll win it easily, right? So I'm gonna trust the game. They said we'll win it easily. Big green button on that. There we go. Okay, now, objective 1 is probably going to be going after Bulgaria. Kind of forgot that the Ottomans are also technically in this war. We're also really winning against Serbia easily. It is the annex, CB. Will you actually let me annex? I don't think so. Close, but not quite. Because Kosovo would be too much. Yeah, it's going to be 14. So I can leave them with this stuff. But I think I'd like to finish the war with Bulgaria first. Ottomans, I'm not even sure what to do with you. Well, maybe I can just walk into their capital and they'll leave. I'll probably deal with them first, though. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. Subjects, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm gonna go over here with my mercenaries, and then I'm gonna try to deal with the Ottomans, personally. We'll see how that goes. But I'm kind of hoping my subjects will go after Bulgaria first. That would be kind of cool. But overall, I think either way, yeah, we kind of outnumber everybody in these wars. So it should be fine. We definitely will take the silver in Serbia. Not least because I want to take all of Serbia. And they do have a lot of silver. You know, there are a lot of silver mines in and around Serbia. But did they ever get, like, super rich off of that? Whenever I think of countries that, like, had a lot of gold, Serbia never comes to mind. They could, but they usually get killed by Byzantium or the Ottomans. Or the Huns, true. Money's not even real, actually. Silent super chat? No way. Thank you very much, Watcher, for the $4.99 super chat. How's it hanging today? Maybe I shouldn't siege this. It's next to a fort. Also, I think I just destroyed the Ottoman army. Pretty much. Okay, you would peace out. That's cool. But first I'm going to siege this, and then your capital. It is a little bit interesting watching my subjects avoid sieging like the plague. Like, they really, really don't want to go into enemy territory. And also, they don't seem very competent at organizing. Although that was something they wanted to fix, wasn't it? I feel like I read that at some point, where they're like, oh yeah, we're actually going to allow multiple countries to delegate command of their units to one country, or something like that. Why am I not allowed to move there? Is there a reason? Oh, because this is such a massive location, it borders this. I didn't even notice. Yeah, my subjects seem uniquely incompetent here. That's not good. Alright, maybe I'll hire more mercs when I get back. What is he cooking? Nobody knows. Okay. Well, my subjects have failed me in Bulgaria, but that's okay because their failure was within expectation. That's kind of exactly what I thought would happen. Alright, you guys are gonna group back up with me and I'm gonna hire more mercenaries. I'm gonna say, does nobody have, like, actually modern equipment? Okay, 2 crossbowmen and 2 handgunners for 500. Okay, we'll do that. Is that the one? I guess so. Yeah, okay, we'll hire you. Oh. No, we will not. Never mind. Can I get a filter for, like, modern units? I don't think so. We'll see what we can do with this, though. Crossbowmen, handgunners. I guess we could use you. Sure, whatever, why not? Ottomans don't want a peace out anymore. Okay. Alright, mercenaries. I have told my subjects to gather around, and if they don't at this point, that's just too bad. Yeah, I did tell you. Okay. Just making sure I did in fact give them the command. They just don't like to follow them. We should be fine here, but I think the battle outcome indicator may have lied to us. It does that sometimes. Okay. Marriage union gone. Alright, our daughter's in charge now. That makes sense. Also me when no music. Who wants to peace out right now? You want to peace out? That would be cool. Who else wants to peace out? You want to peace out? Yeah, I guess we could do that. We'll come back for Wallachia later. Unless you have alliances. Bulgaria, Serbia. Okay, I don't care. You may leave. Croatia. You may also leave. Bulgaria. The Ottomans would like to leave. Perfect. I'm just going to ask for some money and war reps for the time being. Unless, of course, I cannot fully annex Bulgaria, but I would like to. Yeah, I think we can. Okay, so the Ottomans, maybe not war reps? Not vibing with that. Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll take war reps and this much then. Okay, now what's the actual war goal? Take the capital. Oh. Hidden army and my subjects are not attached to me. That's a fun one. That is a fun one. I would really like to have better clarification for when my subjects are choosing not to follow my orders and why. Like, if I could hover over them and have a little thing that says, these troops are not following your orders because they are distracted, they want to go do something else. That would be cool, actually, for them to, like, tell me why they don't want to follow me around the way that I ask them to. Just to get, like, a little blurb about, like, oh, they're gonna go and do something else. They actually don't want to listen to you right now. Because none of my subjects are disloyal, so them not listening to me just feels a little bit weird. It feels very much like a black box, you know what I mean? Can't quite figure out why anybody's doing anything. They just do for some reason. Okay. Yeah, like, what are you doing? This army belongs to Smyrna, and you're just chilling in Hungary. Peculiar. Oh, is Wallachia back in this war? Oh. We literally just left a war. We still have the diplomat en route. Come on, battle outcome thing. Please don't lie to me. Please don't lie to me. Guys, I think it lied to us. It's cooked again. Well, nothing a few mercenaries can't fix, I suppose. Actually, I was gonna say, can I buy their mercenaries out from under them? Except I don't think there are that many left. Yeah, they do not have that many left, I think. 147 total. Okay. These are the good ones. Armored horsemen. That's probably fine. Recruitment law. Oh, what do you know? We could actually get mercenary army to make that cheaper, but that's fine. We'll go ahead and pick up. I think we want the... I was gonna say the noble levies, but honestly, I don't really want that much aristocracy. We got more peasant levies. The best part, and of course I'm being ironic here, the best part about this is when you've lost so many battles, well, mostly your subjects, to be honest, have lost so many battles that we're down to minus 50%, but now the enemy has no troops to kill. In fact, where's that mercenary army? I might just cancel this, actually. Because Bulgaria has 500 total troops left, but don't worry, we're not going to get that war score back. In case you were concerned that we might get any of the minus 50% war score back, you can rest assured we will not be getting it back. Even though Bulgaria now does not have an army. And this is probably half Bulgaria, half Serbia, to be honest. Maybe they just hired that, I don't know. Oh. Okay, well, yeah, I guess that works too. Except it doesn't because we need the capital, so... They could capitulate, that is true. I think they should unconditionally surrender. Also, because there's no food in Bulgaria, is everybody just constantly starving here? Oh no, we have no food because we are one location away, and that's too far. 2 locations away. Okay, well, what if we... What if we do this? We occupy this. You will not be getting treasury rights. That's too bad. Woo. Okay, new empress. She sucks, I know. Alright. A lot of things happening. So, we actually do get to move our capital to Constantinople for free. That's cool. I guess we might as well do that, right? It is going to cripple the economy, I think. I am fairly certain the economy is going to be cooked. How expensive is it to move it regularly? 300 gold and 13 stability is not that bad. We're just not really ready to move the capital to Constantinople. Put a local governor in Athens? Is the local governor in the room with us right now? We do not have the ability to put any governors anywhere at the moment. I lied. We can put one local governor down. We cannot put it in Athens though. Sorry. If we move our capital to Constantinople, then we cannot put it in Athens. So, I mean, the point kind of stands. Can't you do that? No. We cannot do that for the same reason why we cannot put one in Constantinople right now. If we can't put one in Constantinople, then when our capital is in Constantinople, we cannot put one in Athens. It is the same logic. And it is because we do not have a road connection in our own territory from Constantinople to Athens. We are divided by our subjects. So what we should do is keep Athens for now. And I mean, she's 42. Who knows? She might die early. Subjects' roads don't work? No, they do not. So we're going to keep it in Athens for now, especially during this war where instability would cause a few issues. And we're just going to cycle these units back and forth. We would like legitimacy, actually. Oh yeah, we'll do this too. Do you have more mercs? Not really. Kind of forgot to build spy networks. My bad. gonna preemptively improve relations a little more, maybe. Venice in particular. Actually, no, they hate us. Croatia, maybe. Least bribable streamer here. For only $5? Tank my run for $5? I don't know about that one. I don't know. That's a tough one. Wait, did Hungary peace out? Oh my god, they did. That's kind of funny. How did you get pieced out by Serbia? Don't you feel a little silly? Don't you feel a little bit dumb? Could have negotiated more, I guess, but I really wasn't feeling it. I don't know. Oh, is that a peace deal from Bulgaria? Oh, you think you're winning this? That's cute. That's okay. We'll protect their delusions for now. I don't really know what I want here. Support the state wouldn't be too bad if I could use that to maybe, I don't know, like revoke a privilege from the nobility. Revoke fortification licenses. I could give them something else in return. Noble Navy. We need Noble Navy. Kind of expensive, though. Maybe it's not the time for that. Maybe a little later. Did I just see a relatively large Bulgarian army? Hungary? What is happening? Yo, what is happening? Well, I mean, you got pieced out by Serbia. Oh, but you're still super strong. You just don't like me or something. I don't really know. They let themselves get pieced out by Serbia under zero pressure. They folded under zero pressure. I don't know if they actually knew that they would go to war with me afterwards. I don't think the AI thinks that far ahead, but it is kind of funny that they folded under zero pressure and then they're like, all right, time for another war against the guy that we're allied against. We're allied with. They pieced out just to kill the player. That is an AI classic. That's poetry, if you really think about it. Actually, can I pay you? Can I give you like 20 bucks to screw off? I don't think so. I want to annex them so bad. Let me annex you. Oh, you know what we should do, actually? I have a new idea. We'll do that. And then we're going to ask for larger levies. Yeah, and then what we have to do, actually, yeah, we're gonna pivot a little bit. Does anybody have good units here? It's all just like archers, footmen. Here we go, men-at-arms and archers. Well, I would like something a little better than that. Handgunners, crossbowmen. I could work with that, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna hire you down here, I think. And then I'm sorry, my friends here, my subjects, I'm actually gonna have to leave you for a second. Actually, we just have to stand here. Maybe not even, but we just have to disband the levies. Yeah, and then we have to go here, and then we have to raise them again. Or raise them to here, I guess. We're still gonna stand here, though. Oh yeah, we do have the war goal, don't we? Oh, no we don't. Why? Oh, because this is also... Right, you have 2 forts in the same province. Of course you do. Peace deal. That's kind of cringe. No. Yeah, you can have that, I guess. Okay, so all of my units here are actually going to group up here. Including the mercenaries. Actually, don't know why my war score against Serbia is so high. Oh, we have the opposite problem. Okay. No, my subjects don't fight Bulgaria. You're bad at fighting. Can I have this? Please, can I have this? There we go. Okay, war goal against Bulgaria. I'm wondering if maybe I can just ask Hungary to leave? They seemed to fold when when they pieced out against Serbia. They folded under zero pressure, so I'm hoping they're still willing to fold under zero pressure. We'll see. Okay, Bulgaria, I'm kind of hoping that your war exhaustion is sitting right around 20. Oh, they're coming to us. Okay, I mean, that also kind of works. What's your war exhaustion? Can I check that? Ooh, 19.97. Alrighty, we're gonna give that maybe one more month, and then we should be done in Bulgaria. Assuming, of course, that it is still taking up. Probably. I mean, we've taken the capital. It should be ticking up. There we go. See, that wasn't so hard. Just like 3 months ago, they were trying to take land from me. And actually, I actually disagree. I think we should just annex Bulgaria. Yeah, I think that works for us. Yep, looks good to me. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to dissolve the Patriarchate. Literally free money. There we go. Now all those mercenaries are paying for themselves, what do you know? Alright, now, Serbia. We do need to take your capital too. And that's all the way over here. So I'm going to have to ask my subjects to group up with me as we attempt to deal with the Serbian army. And then we'll go on to the capital. Speaking of which, hello. Would you happen to be moving on to a fort on a mountain? Because that would be really chill of you, actually. Check Parliament. Thank you. Ooh. Don't really like either of these, but I will take communal values. Oh, you're not going there. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Losing 60 a month. That cost of court is ridiculous. Oh well. Okay, we actually don't have that many mercenaries when you compare us to their professional soldiers, but their professional soldiers are archers, so it's not that crazy. Problem is, are my subjects going to help me in this battle? I'm going to assume probably not. That is not a very subject thing to do. We do only have these mercenaries for so long, so we're just going to commit to the fight, but it's going to be kind of cooked, because I already know my subjects are not going to help me. Oh, maybe. Maybe they will. Seems we actually didn't need their help. Okay, never mind. Now what we need to do... What we need to do is go to Naples. And say, hey Naples, I would really like military access right now. 139 ducats, you're out of your mind. It is the easiest way to get to the capital. Alright. I'm a little concerned about the supply here, but we'll see. Oh, I also need food access. You're not giving me food access? Didn't you just say yes? You did say yes. But no food. Okay, that's probably fine. Oh, did you just give me food access? Wait. No, you rescinded the food access. Why? What is wrong with you? I needed that. I still need that. Bro. Do I have to ask you for food access? Maybe? Oh, right, the mercenary contract. That is an issue. Okay. Okay. This is a situation. Can you make a cadet branch of Anjou? I don't think so. Wouldn't that be neat? Okay, we have no food here. We actually just can't stand there. There's no food here either. Lovely. Can you please give me food access? No. Okay. Can I take this? No. Okay. Can I take this? Yes. Oh, never mind. We have been pushed out of there, maybe? Not too sure. There are a lot of forts in Serbia. That's crazy. Do you have too many forts by any chance? Just wondering. Just curious. No, somehow they do not have too many forts. They just have a lot of them. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's better for us to sort of take this fort and then sweep up and around so that we can control this area for food. That might be easier. Okay, I think I messed something up because I'm spending a ridiculous amount of money. What did I mess up? I know what I messed up. We just gained like 300 country wealth all at the same time, and we have not been able to do anything about it. That's the problem. So we're going to decrease Diplo spending. Way down. The time being. We're gonna do a slight bit of money printing, everyone's favorite. I don't want to delete these forts yet. Well, maybe I could delete... I can get rid of this one. This will go to a subject. I don't know how much, but a good part of it will go to a subject. We do actually need to be relatively quick with this. Well, as long as we can siege this fort in the next 3 years, it's fine. Okay, my subjects have stepped off the fort. Excellent move. Oh, they're back on it. It's fine. Are you guys out of food here? I'm trying to figure out why my subjects are going down here and then back up and then down and then up and then down and then up. Because it's kind of splitting the siege, and like this is going to happen. They're going to walk over to here. That's kind of a problem. Can you enforce culture on a subject? Right now, we might not be able to at war. I don't think. Please don't step off the siege. Thank you. Please stay on the siege. What is bro doing? Okay. The siege is cooked. Watch this. Told you. Mind you, the only thing I've ever done in this run, or in this war, I think, is told my subjects to attach to me and then, like, walked around. They're just kind of off doing their own thing. They're not disloyal or anything. Well, I mean, they're not disloyal, they're just disloyal in, like, a physical sense. They don't dislike me, they're all actually very loyal, they just don't want to do what I tell them to. When you have a lot of subjects, they are very interested in feeding the enemy. So watch this. So I told them to attach to me, so they're like, aye aye sir, let's unattach and go do something unrelated so that we can get stack wiped. And then the war score goes down and we've done our part.
Money's not even real, actually.
You have made a promise and I'll see it upheld.
Hi Rossad, thank you for the $2 super chat. It's a promise that can be upheld because I know they will never make official Vinland content. They'll never do it. It'll never happen. In fact, in 8 years, when there's no Vinland content, you can actually keep this as a quote. You can keep this clip as a quote. Is that another minus 10% tax efficiency? You gotta be kidding me. Like, how much corruption can we have in this empire? How is there 30% worth of corruption in this empire? Why is everybody corrupt? I know I'm basically LARPing as the Catholic Byzantines, but we don't need to be this corrupt. I got a new stream model. It's not new actually. This one is, I think, a year and a half old. I just don't use it that much.
Money's not even
Oh.
real, actually.
Why do you
We're gonna win that,
tell
right?
me? I'm here for it, but why?
We did not win that. Bruh. Why do you tempt Murphy? Who? Also, thank you for the super chat. No, not the mercenary contract. Darn, I guess we'll just have to hire more mercenaries. Gosh, oh no. My treasury will never recover from this. Whatever will I do? I don't really want to spend that money. Get a loan? I mean, I'll get one loan, maybe. Wow, my loans are so much larger than they used to be. That's cool. I mean, not really that cool, but that's cool, you know what I mean? Take a loan out for that. It's kind of okay, because no matter how much money, within reason, no matter how much money we spend on this war with Serbia, we can get it back pretty much in the war, I think. As long as we step on their capital in the next, like, 200 days, which I have pretty high confidence in. Alright, so back to Serbia we go. Oh, you tempt Murphy's Law. That's part of my method acting. The hubris is part of the bit. Whoa, not that way. Oh, you're new to the stream, I'm assuming. Yeah, people are always surprised. They're like, oh, you stream on Twitch? I mean, yeah, it's both. I have no food. Why do I have no food? It is because everyone in Serbia is currently starving. That's generally not good. We're gonna get half the army to go over here and get food. I need somebody with high, I think, admin. Yeah, for logistics distance. Is that going to be enough? I don't think so. Okay, now you need to go get food. Okay, now you need to go get food. I love micromanaging logistics. It is one of my favorite things to do. I actually will spend all that. I love micromanaging logistics. Actually, can we get food here? No, okay. Oh, maybe we can get food here. No, we cannot. I lied. Never mind. Go get some food. Oh, can't even get food there? Never mind, okay. Thought maybe we could. I think some armies, some of my allied armies are kind of bringing some food around, but... yeah, we're doing a whole supply train here. Although I do need my subjects to stay here for a second. They're not attached to me. Because we're gonna go get more food. And then we're gonna come back with food. Okay, and then... whoa, not you, not yet. Now you can go get food. And that's how it's done. That was tedious. All right. So, basically, we're looking to take all of this, I think.
Micromanagement, what Canada does best.
Thank you for the $2 super chat again, Rosset. Oh, man. The past 15 or so minutes is, I think they're responsible for 90% of the micromanagement exports of the entire Canadian economy. Alright, now, if anybody's sieging anything else that would allow us to take stuff for cheaper, that would be cool. I don't think that's the case, but wouldn't that be neat? That's a mountain, so we can't move in January, that makes sense. Let's just make sure we have food. Because we never do. You colonize Brazil like true Latinos. I don't think so. Sorry to disappoint. I mean, we could, but do I want to? Maybe the better question. I guess they could keep this. Maybe. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything we can siege to make it slightly cheaper. I kinda don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we'll just let them keep this stuff over here. I don't really care that much. Besides, it's a coalition either way. It is. That's pretty bad, actually. Ooh, even Hungary? A2 brute? Well, they'll be fine. But yeah, we're gonna take almost all of Serbia. Maybe not all of it. So at 30% for YouTube and 50% to Canada, you only get 0 cents on the dollar? Wrong, actually. 30% to YouTube and the other 70% to Canada, because I love my country. I'd give them 80% if I could. Like greedy YouTube. Okay, I think this is the peace deal. Let me save in case I do something stupid. I do that sometimes. Oh my god, my country's name is actually just Constantinople. It actually is. Now doesn't that look nice? The rest of Europe kind of disagrees, but that's okay. Now what to do with all this, that is the question. That is the question. Historical subjects, we could just release Bulgaria again. But I don't really want to do that. Well, I could release some country over here. Where are the silver mines? Gold, silver, silver, copper, silver, more iron, gold. Okay, here's the deal. You have a city in Tarnovo. So we will re-release Bulgaria. But not this big.
Money's not even real, actually.
I agree with Europe. I see a distinct lack of coastal conquest and Norse influence.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Rosset. Okay, we have... Listen, look at these coasts. Look how conquered they are. Just maybe not this one. And we have a little work to do here, but, you know, we're working on it. Now, Norse, that could be a little difficult. I don't think there are any Norse pops left. Unfortunately. That's just, it's a real shame. I think they're all gone. Very tragic. Gonna give you that. Do you have your capital in the west or the east? Actually, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, you can have that. And then we can re-release Bulgaria. Ooh, maybe not. How many vassals do I have? Three vassals and a whole lot of fiefdoms. Make Bulgaria a vassal for now. Okay, so we're gonna probably... Oh yeah, we can't release Serbia. Right. Okay, I want a subject that's gonna be on the coast here. For sure. So we can re-release you. Who is this? Zeta? Sounds good. Why can't I actually open this? Thank you. You're gonna have this here. You're gonna have that there. And then after that, we will create custom subject maybe here. Yeah, here's the idea. We'll do this. What's left at this point? That's a lot more than I thought. Okay. Should probably give a little bit more to this subject, maybe? Like, maybe you can have this? Let me unpause. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that's cooked. Oh well. That's not too bad. Okay, you know what? You can have a little more. And then maybe like 2 subjects here, 2 smaller ones. And then one last one. Okay, now to explain. So, I did it this way because I wanted to make sure that all my subjects, 1, had decent proximity, and then 2, I kind of made them larger the further away they are. So these ones here, they're not too big, they're like 2 states kind of. Same thing with the coastline. Zeta is like 2 states. This one's a little bit larger and a little more inland, and then like the really big one is super inland. So by the time we actually integrate this guy, it shouldn't take too long. That's kind of the idea. That being said, we have made a lot of good progress here today. We actually formed the Latin Empire. We annexed Bulgaria. Pretty much annexed Serbia. We're still kind of weak, to be honest. And we are in debt, which is lovely. We love being in debt. But the economy's looking fine, so I'm not too concerned. We should probably ramp up Diplo spending again, though. Decrease this, decrease that. Culture investment, I'm not really feeling it. We're going to drop that down a little bit. But yeah, let's see. It is almost 5 o'clock. And when do I have to leave? Let me see. I think I have to leave at 6. So it actually would be a really good place to end off today's stream, I think. We need more inflation. That is true. We actually do. And then we'll pay these off eventually. Yeah, the wealth shot up way too quickly, which was kind of an issue. We had to pay a lot during that war with Serbia, but that's okay. Because in the end, we took everything. So that's nice. We got everything we wanted. The Ottomans are losing to Cilicia for some reason. Probably because we stomped them. I don't actually know. Anyway, we've had a pretty good time here. We did manage to accomplish at least what I wanted to do, which was forming the Latin Empire. Now, that being said, whether or not this campaign continues kinda depends on the beta patch. It might come out tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. They did say they wanted it by the end of the month. And it is the 30th. So it may or may not happen tomorrow. Not that I'm streaming tomorrow, because it's gonna be Sunday. You know what I'm doing tomorrow instead, actually? Instead of streaming for you guys, like it's my job or something. Instead, actually, I'm gonna be watching the Backrooms movie. And if it's bad, if you've seen it, don't tell me. Because I want to find that out myself. Going straight to theaters for that. Hopefully it's good. I don't know. I had a bit of an unhealthy obsession with like Backrooms lore. Backrooms lore and SCP lore. That was like a big thing for like a few months for me. But anyway, I'll let you guys know if it's good on like Monday or something. I'm gonna try to actually make a stream schedule. Hopefully that happens this time. Who knows? But I'm gonna try. And in the meantime, I'm gonna redirect you guys towards somebody. Maybe. Depends on if anybody's streaming. I don't think anybody is. So that's awkward. Yeah. I don't think anybody I know is streaming right now. Also, thank you very much for that follow. I did not catch who that was, but thank you. Okay. We might simply call it here today, actually. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Okay, I will see you guys maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. It kind of depends on how the stream schedule goes. We'll see. But for now, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. If you haven't watched the video that came out this morning, then go ahead and do that. Be warned, you probably should also watch like the first 2 parts of that, maybe. Possibly. You have like a whole hour and a half of content to go watch. So, actually almost 2 hours. Good luck with that. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And bye, bit.